go through the storyline here. So come on, I've already shown you how to operate this fancy equipment.
Mayor, Board. So I want to begin the discussion regarding a modest adjustment to the city's water and sewer rates. Responsible utilities, they plan ahead to maintain infrastructure, comply with the regulations, and prepare for future system needs. Costs for materials, chemicals, and maintenance, of course, continue to rise, and statewide utilities are making similar adjustments. Brandon maintained stable rates for years and has maintained a stable rate, but a modest adjustment will allow us to maintain our current system and plan for future infrastructure needs. We're going to review some data. We're going to show how Brandon compares to peer cities, and we're going to illustrate the impact of typical residential usage, or rate increase, the impact of that rate increase. This chart here is going to show you how many times since wells were installed, from what we could find in the minutes, how often they were rehabbed and the cost associated with those rehabs. Kind of the takeaway on this one is the east system, it runs a lot. The demand on that side of the city is a lot more. We had fewer wells. Pig Well has been rehabbed on Puckett Street 6 times to the tune of $300,000. Overby 4 times, $220,000. And North Street 6 different times for a little bit less costs. Almost every well in the system has had some issue, and of course a significant cost associated with that. And that's normal operation, maintenance, wear and tear. These wells are used a lot. All schools are on the east system. That's right. Your largest demand is on that east system. And that's where our 2 newest wells, our new one in Cornerstone, Stratford Drive, and our proposed well on Star Road will be located to meet that demand. Here's the new water well cost that we were able to track. Kind of an outlier here is Lakeland, the second well at Lakeland. It was able to use in
Bottom there, the one that's orange, I believe it's 800 and something gallon. You go back so many years when it was brought online, that was its maximum capacity that well would generate. Now some of this has changed over the years. We rehabbed 3 wells, 2, 5, and 8. We actually had 2 bank that's drawing 4+%, why wouldn't you want to borrow 1.9% money? You know, that's a decision the board's going to make. But we need to plot that out long term. That graph says we need to be putting a well in. We already know that, and we're already putting it in. But you see that red line at 70%. We want to stay below 80. If you get up above 80, Department of Health is going to be here every year checking your system. They come every 2 years now. Am I missing anything? Now we're fixing to get to yours, right? There you go.
Yeah. So what wasn't included in this deck are sewer costs and how they've increased. The proposed rate increase will include water, sewer, and the base rate. The only thing it won't include is the West Rankin utility pass-through fee. That will not be increased if the ordinance is approved. Nor will fees increase, disconnection fees, any of those fees. This is strictly water, sewer, and the base rate. What you're looking at here are typical 5,000 gallon usage. A resident's bill, a user's bill will only increase $2.60. That's inside city water and sewer services, residential and commercial. Well, this is residential. Commercial has a different rate, but it will increase as well.
Alex, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So that 260, is that everything? That's not just water?
That's water, sewer,
Okay.
and the base rate. Yes. Not the West Rankin Utility Authority pass-through fee or garbage. Just water, sewer, base rate. This is the outside city limits water. Any of our water services are provided outside of the city limits. And of course, that amount's a little bit lower because the sewer's not included for your 5K, your typical usage, your 5,000 gallons of usage. Of course, it decreases as they use more. Sewer increase, this is quite a few of our customers. This is 468. This is all the outside sewer customers. They would see about $1.85, or would see $1.85 for 5,000 gallons of usage. This is a regional comparison. These are really recent increases in central Mississippi with municipal water authorities. Ridgeland recently passed a 25% increase and upped their annual automatic increase to 3%. Pearl River Valley did several different size increases and it averaged out to 20%. Jackson recently asked for a 12% and was approved. Puckett recently, as I think last month or this month, 15% increase. And so I'm showing this to show that Brandon has kept up and we need to continue to do so. We haven't increased any of our water sewer rates since September 2023. Currently, we have a standing ordinance to automatically increase our water and sewer rates by 2%. We haven't done that in almost 2 years. No, over 2 years. So, you know, the 5% would catch us back up and really match CPI. We need that. I can show you all some more numbers that actually show where water and sewer, we have a deficit there. What's holding us kind of together and in the positive are all our fees, connection fees, tap fees, interest we earn on deposits, things of that nature are really keeping us afloat as it relates to water and sewer.
Alex,
Yes.
if approved, when will this go in effect?
This would be the June bill cycle. So that would be April, was Carly in here? April 15th to May 15th, April 16th to May 15th, I believe. It would be that billing period. You would see it on the June bill.
Yes, we have to wait 30 days to put the rates, or 30 days after the date of adoption form to go into effect. So it would be the June bills, that's correct.
think that's it. But I'm open to any questions. I'm prepared. I'll fire away.
I got one for you here. So I had some questions, and one of them right here says that you mentioned that we have a deficit of approximately almost 400 grand, but in the same paragraph there, it says we have a positive operating margin of approximately $811,947. So where are we? We're over somewhere $811,000. Where's that $811,000 coming from?
Correct. That's coming from the fees and yeah.
Sure. So here it gives the figures on the revenues that we collect, right, and our expenditures. And it says it reflects a positive operating margin of approximately $811,947. So it looks like that's what we have over what we're taking in for water, right?
Right.
Okay. And then it says in the water, 25 revenue, we have expenditures of $8,259,000 and some change. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's expenditures. And then we have a revenue of $7,868,709. So it leaves a deficit there of $390,000. So where are we getting the $811,947,000 for over if we're under collecting?
Well, based on the different types of expenditures, I mean, you've got your operating or what they would call your cost of goods sold expenditures. It's direct cost of providing the service versus support and G&A. So like support would be support services to provide that service, whereas your direct costs are, of course, direct. Chemicals, labor, things like that. So it's categorically you look at, okay, if we just have the cost of providing the service, direct cost, this is what our net would be. Then you factor in your G&A and your indirect, which you have to have also to even be able to provide the direct. And then that it just kind of goes from that point, and then of course your debt service.
So some of that is West Rankin utility fees, and some of that is all the fees we collect on top of, again, tap fees, connection fees, disconnect fees, late fees. That does show a positive, but we're not covering water and sewer expenses with our current rates. When we take those rates in, that's what we use to maintain and operate the system, that water and sewer rate.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. So you're saying, so with our water and sewer rate, if we just had that, we're basically losing money, right? I mean, we are running a deficit of $391,000 almost. So if we were just doing water and sewer, that's what we'd be losing money. But at the end of the day, we have a surplus of $812,000 almost. And you said that $812,000 is coming from service fees, like cutting on taps, things like that.
Yeah,
And you said-
interest on some funds, and then there's a little bit based on what we're billed. West Rankin bills us.
Right.
There's a little bit of additional money there.
There's a gap there between
Yeah.
what we pay.
what they and we don't know what they demand. Every year that changes. So what we budget for going in the year is an assumption,
Right.
and then they come out and say, hey, it's going to cost X amount a month. We pay that monthly.
I guess, let me add to that, keep in mind that whatever we budget, we're not necessarily spending either. We're expensing less than what our budget is in
So-
WSO&M. So these numbers that we are expensing are not even what we're budgeting.
Yeah, right. Items that we put in the budget may be a carry forward from the prior year when, we anticipate having to get this piece of equipment or do this additional expenditure in the future, and it's placed in the budget as like a placeholder because the budget is basically a living document. I mean, it's going to change
Yeah, what's-
throughout the year. So, I mean, the water sewer is basically just breaking even. The water sewer base.
Yeah, and that's all we're asking to increase. What's not provided is our total budget for water sewer, and that was somewhere around 15 million. That was the budget that was approved in October. So if you know, and some of those things we give up to maintain the system. We fight for every dollar we spend. We make sure we're responsible with that, and that's why our expenditures are only at 11.5 million because,
Right.
first of all, we don't have $15 million. We only take in, 12.6, and we give up a lot to take care of other stuff.
So we look through the budget to see what's needed versus what we can defer, and possibly do repairs on to keep it functioning. So, I mean, we're constantly looking at these budgets.
So if we pass this tonight, we get a 5% raise tonight that will go in effect in June. And then the other part of it is if we pass that other part, then there's another 3% in October. So 8% between now and October 1, right?
Correct.
right.
If the board approves agenda item number 2, to increase the automatic from 2% to 3%.
And I mean, do you expect to have, are y'all expecting to burn through the extra that we have, that 812,000 extra plus another 8% between now and, or even the 5% between now and October? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, did the products go up that much? 811,000 plus another 5%.
No, but they're steadily increasing. I don't see it unless, Chamber Well's down right now.
Yeah.
It's really the cushion for those unforeseen expenses, Jeremy.
Okay.
And if it's voted on to increase, whether it's 2 or 3% in October, we cannot put it into effect at least 30 days until after the vote. So if it's approved, say October, it would be probably December, January before it would go into effect on the bills. So whenever we vote on this, we do have to wait 30 days after the billing cycle, or from the date through the billing cycle.
Okay, so but in October, if we pass that tonight to go from 2% to 3%, we don't have to vote on that at all, right? It just automatically goes up 3% October 1st. Is that mandatory, or do we have to vote on that?
Well, historically, you voted on it. Historically, it has not been raised without them coming
2.5
back
years.
to the board and getting that raised.
Okay.
Now, the reason that's in there is because that's the recommendation of the water folks and whatever. But historically, as the mayor said, no rates have been raised without board order, okay?
Mhm.
And so that's in the ordinance, but that's really more for you to understand that that's what's got to happen. I mean, ultimately, to run a physical ship that floats in this regard, that's what the rates have to be. But I will say, that's what the ordinance says, but it's always come back with a board order. We've always
Jeremy, years ago, just nobody wants to raise anything politically, I guess. And so they kept putting it off. And then to catch up, we ended up having to do a 25% raise at one time just to stay afloat. And that 3% is just kind of a cost of living adjustment every year to prevent the sticker shock of raising it 25% at one time.
So why did it not come back to us the past 2 years?
No,
I wasn't here. Okay.
there were some West Rankin issues that we were working through. There were other things that we were working through, and candidly, the numbers we were working through some of the numbers to make sure we weren't doing an increase that wasn't necessary. The law says we have to do an evaluation,
Right.
which is what they're doing now, and so we just didn't have a lot of that information at the time.
Jeremy, to answer your question, I mean, like I said, that the water, sewer, and base rate, we're basically breaking even. The West Rankin, the 800 and something surplus you're talking about, I mean, we really can't, that's something we can't rely on. I mean, as far as you want to be able for your water, sewer, and base to carry itself and be able to have something in case an emergency comes up to be able to fix it and repair it. You know, I mean, that's how you want to sustain that fund. I mean,
And didn't we just have like a 100% rating from the health department? A plus.
Right.
For water.
Right.
Okay. I've got,
Yep. Thank you, Board.
Okay. My name's Jonathan Kaiser with Kaiser Traffic and Engineering. Prepared 4 separate traffic studies for you to review that you should have copies in front of you. The first one was Lewis Wilson at Marianne Drive. One of the concerns was the number of crashes at the intersection, and so as you have the tables in front of you, 2020 was the year with the most crashes, where there were 3 crashes at the intersection. 2024, 2025, we had 2 crashes each year. There were mostly property damage crashes at the intersection. There was 1 possible injury, but other than that, there were no other injuries and have been no fatalities. One of the issues with the intersection is that intersection site distance is typically measured 14.5 feet from the edge of traveled way. As you get a little bit further back from the intersection, as you can see from the image here, there is some vegetation in the site triangle that does somewhat limit site distance here for traffic, eastbound traffic. So as you see the truck moving there, as you get closer to the 14.5 feet, you have a little better sight distance, but the vegetation there does provide somewhat of a limit, and if you're further back, you're obviously a little more restricted on your visibility. Let's see. There's also, that's the northwest quadrant, and the southwest quadrant, there's also some vegetation that could also be removed. That's something that I believe that falls outside of the public right-of-way, so that might be something that the city needs to coordinate with the property owner on and see what their thoughts are about maybe removing some of that or allowing the city to remove some of that vegetation within the site triangle to improve sight distance. There was also a object marker facing southbound traffic, let's see, that was upside down. Object markers are typically slanted, and they show for you to pass on the right or the left, depending on the angle of the marker, and the marker is just upside down, telling you to pass on the right when you should be passing on the left. So, I don't know if you want to do questions on each individual report, or if you want me to go on and do all of them and then take questions. Does anyone have any questions on that? Or okay. All right. North Street and 471. This was looking at an alternative route as far as allowing traffic to use this route of North Street and Lakeland Drive as a bypass from 471 from downtown from the roundabout. Here you can see this is part of the new construction of Lakeland Drive. Let's see. We looked at, there's certainly a significant amount of capacity on North Street that could accommodate more traffic coming through with this new section of roadway. You would bypass most of the residential development that exists in that area currently, so it's not like you're diverting traffic into people's front driveways as you would if you weren't building this bypass of that residential area. But it does show that there is capacity to move more traffic through this area and divert it off of 471 and Highway 80 west of the roundabout. So. 468 and College Street. Let's see. I believe that this figure was excluded from the audit report. So I have 6 copies of that figure, which was the recommended improvements figure from the report.
I got a real quick question.
Yes, sir.
In all of this right now, and I would certainly believe you if you said you didn't. There's no approximate cost to these projects, right? You didn't figure that out.
I did not do cost estimates on that.
Gotcha.
At the same time, we were talking about removing vegetation at Marianne and Lewis Wilson, so that's not a big expense. On this alternative, you already have the road under construction. That's the bypass of the residential area. So there's really, all you're talking about is signage, just to give people some alternative signage to say Highway 471 North, turn right here off of Highway 80, or off of Highway 471, to direct people to Highway 80 that way. So all you're doing would be adding some signage. So very minimal cost. Yes, sir. The intersection of 468 and College Street is currently an all-way stop controlled intersection. In the MUTCD, the document that governs where you have all-way stop controlled intersections, they require you to have 300 vehicles per hour for 8 hours of the day on the major street and 200 vehicles per hour on the minor street for those same 8 hours, which is not satisfied with the current intersection volumes. It did not have it for 8 hours of the day. So an always stop is not currently warranted at that intersection. One of the concepts that we looked at was a roundabout, and that's the graphic that I've just passed around. It's not a typical larger roundabout. It's called a mini roundabout. The first ones in Mississippi were put in on Capitol Street in downtown Jackson. So they have somewhat of a center island that allows semi-trucks or longer vehicles to track over that center island, but you still get the safety effects of a roundabout at the intersection. And the concept graphic that I provided you, it does show that mini roundabout centered within the roadways, but there is some opportunity. It also shows connecting that private driveway on the east side directly into the roundabout. There are some options that you could potentially shift that roundabout a little further to the west, and you could also shift that driveway intersection north or south of the roundabout and not have it necessarily come in directly in the roundabout on the east side. Let's see. And then the Highway 80 intersection, unless you have any other questions on that report, going to the Highway 80, adding the second westbound lane on Highway 80 from 471 to where the current second lane is gained on Highway 80, just east of the interchange. There were a few interesting things that developed out of this. There were 4 vehicles that were, as we were doing traffic counts, we put up video cameras for the traffic counts. And let's see. And there were 4 vehicles identified driving the wrong way down Highway 80 just west of Old Highway 80, in one 12-hour period in one day. So you kind of think that might be something. It's not under the bridge. It looks like as they're westbound going past Sonic, and right before they approach the raised curb median in that stretch, that if they want to turn left onto East Mark Drive or go to the gas station on the south side, they're driving on the shoulder on the south side, and those images are in the report that you have with the time of day, showing each of those vehicles. I think one of them was a contractor who's got his decal on the door also. But part of the issue, I think, of why people are doing that is that there's a no U-turn at the I-20 ramp, at the eastbound ramps. And so so they're trying to keep from going to the westbound ramps to do a U-turn to then come back and go to East Mark Drive or go to that gas station. So it was an interesting component of that. In the crash information, there were 62 crashes in the 5-year period at the I-20 exit ramps. That was by far the highest crash total of any of the other intersections. 471 had 18, East Frontage Road had 18, and then fewer than that going down. Let's see. One of the issues that you're having with capacity at the interchange in the existing turning movement volumes at the westbound ramps with I-20. Typically, when a traffic signal at an intersection, when we get to 300 vehicles per hour turning left, that's typically when we start thinking about adding dual left turn lanes. The westbound left turn at the westbound ramps was 649 vehicles per hour in the AM peak hour in a single lane. And so that's problematic capacity-wise, and that's why that left turn lane extends and backs up beyond the eastbound ramps, and people will wait. So the existing bridge is one of the things that is a restriction on widening Highway 80, is that there's really no additional room between the bridge columns, and there's pictures in the report showing that limited space under the bridge where we don't have room to add a second left turn lane. So one of the concepts that you could implement here would be a diverging diamond interchange, which is where you shift traffic from the right side of the road to the left side of the road. And so the left turning vehicles are then not crossing over another lane of traffic in a permissive aspect or with an arrow. They are making a left turn much like a right turn is currently made, uncontested. So that would be an alternative to having to start over with the bridge and the width of the bridge so that we have additional room to have dual left turn lanes, having a diverging diamond. There's only one diverging diamond in Mississippi, and it's on I-10 just west of I-110 in DeIberville. There's another one on I-10 over in Alabama, and I believe it's Loxley. They have a diverging diamond. I included a image of that aerial photograph of a diverging diamond in the report for you that shows what that is. Let's see. This is showing the second westbound lane from Highway 471 extending to match up with the existing 4-lane divided section. So here you would be increasing that capacity, particularly at the intersection with Highway 471 where it's currently westbound through and a exclusive westbound right turn lane. You could change that exclusive right turn lane to a shared through right turn lane and then you double the capacity of the amount of traffic that gets through every cycle westbound. So I know it's a lot of information. If you don't have questions today and you come up with more questions, I'll be glad to answer them. The mayor has my contact information, and I'll be glad to answer your questions now or answer them later, however you see fit. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill McDonald with Wagoner Engineering. We were here 2 weeks ago, as you recall, and we talked to you about the stormwater management master plan that we had prepared over the last several months and offered to come back and answer questions. So that's why we're here. If you have questions, we're glad to answer those. We're always available. If after this time, anytime, you can email us, call us. We'll give you all that we can by email. We're always happy to meet with you one-on-one, however you'd like to do it, but we're available at your convenience. So
Bill, if all of the detention ponds were maintained, how much would that reduce some of this flooding?
That's a great question. I can't answer that question specifically, but what it would do, keep in mind that the purpose of of detention ponds that we're referring to in that plan, when you go into a development and you clear the ground cover and you replace it with pavement and concrete and rooftops, you increase the amount of flow and the quantity and the speed of flow that results from a rainfall. So with those ponds, you're trying to mitigate as much as possible the impacts of a specific development. So that's why for each development, there's at least one detention pond on that site somewhere. So what you would do, what you're doing is you're mitigating or taking away the impacts of a stormwater event downstream of that development. And you're basically, so that you don't have more impact after the development than you had before it was ever there. So you're just trying to equalize or prevent future problems. So there's where your flood mitigation comes in. So if all the developments that have ponds are maintaining those ponds and keeping so that they have their full operating capacity, then at least whatever flooding you do have is not being caused by the stormwater from those developments. It's overflow or backing up from the stream system from some other cause. So that's a long, rambling answer to that without putting a quantity on it. We'd be happy to do that. Yes, sir. All right. We thank you. I won't give you the pop quiz tonight.
Joe.
Board. Is this close enough? Closer? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Next item is I want to discuss the 2026 zoning map adoption. You'll see on the agenda for tonight, the request is to ask permission to set a public hearing for April the 6th and permission to authorize publication or advertisement on the 18th. This is related to the map that we've been working on for quite some time and also the related text amendments that are necessary to pull things back from the main one is the T&D district that we're trying to dial back from. And if we remove a district, of course, we have to replace it with something, so the text is necessary. Of course, assuming there's the ask is to, after a public hearing, of course, and proper notice, for the board to consider a motion to approve that adoption with the reminder that the intent's to readdress it again in June or July, to start working on this again, to make sure we put a lot of time to it. This will help us from day to day. It'll help developers have a plan. It'll help the city know how to have development in a controlled way, right? So that's the hope. Of course, after adoption, whether it's on the 6th or if it's decided to be later after more consideration is needed, it's 30 days before it's ever effective. So any questions regarding that? I don't think Gray's here. Thank you.
All right. We will take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, get your coats on and that kind of thing, and then we'll start the board meeting promptly at 6 o'clock, and we'll get started then, okay? Thank y'all for being here. So we'll get started in just a minute. started? All rise, please. You would all rise. For those of you who have not been here before, we begin every one of our board meetings with prayer and the pledge. And this evening we have Reverend Huey Dedman, if you would, sir, who is going to pray for us this evening, and then I'll lead us in the pledge. Brother Huey.
All right, would you join me as we pray? Father, we come to you right now, and God, we thank you for this opportunity. Lord, we thank you that we live in a country where we can gather together in a meeting like this, Lord, and discuss the future. Lord, discuss our community, our needs of our community. I thank you tonight for our mayor. I thank you for his leadership. I thank you for our board of aldermen and alderwomen. Thank you, Lord, that they have given their life to serve you, Lord, as a public servant. And so tonight I come here and I pray for each one of them. And I pray for wisdom in every decision that they make. And as I look at these folks, the community folks behind me here, Lord, and see them, Lord, everybody in this room loves their community. We love Brandon, Mississippi, and we want the best for Brandon, Mississippi. But Lord, what we want more than anything else is to honor you with our life and with the way we conduct ourselves. And so tonight, what I pray for, Lord, is wisdom. I pray for wisdom for our mayor. I pray for wisdom for our aldermen and alderwomen as they make decisions that literally affect every household in our community. And I pray for our community, for the people who live here. I'm one of those. And I thank you that we have this opportunity tonight, and may we always hold it precious that we can come here and, Lord, we can meet together and discuss different items, different things that are in some way affect us personally and affect our community. We thank you that we live in a city where, Lord, we can worship you, Lord, where we can be happy and enjoy life together and community together. Lord, also with that comes a great responsibility for our board, for our mayor, and for us as citizens. So thank you, God, for being here with us today. Thank you for the blessing of freedom, but thank you, God, more than anything else, that you are our God. And Lord, that we serve you. And I pray that you would reign supreme in everything that happens tonight in this room. In Jesus' wonderful, holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. You would turn and face the flag. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Been through worse. All right, I think I'm going to go down. Board, I think I'm going to go down to read this proclamation. You stay right there. All right, come on. That's all right. He's fine right where he's at. Just leave him. That's right. He'll tell us what. Ladies and gentlemen, we do this once a year. I'm going to read the majority of this proclamation. Whereas Down syndrome is the most commonly occurring chromosomal condition, and approximately 1 in every 700 babies are born with Down syndrome, representing an estimated 6,000 births per year in the United States. Whereas Down syndrome occurs in people of all races and economic levels, and there are approximately 400,000 individuals living with Down syndrome in the United States today. Whereas individuals with Down syndrome have tremendous potential to live full and fulfilling lives as contributing members of our community. Whereas quality educational programs, stimulating home environments, good health care, and positive support from family, friends, and the community enable people with Down syndrome to lead fulfilling and productive lives. Whereas World Down Syndrome Day has been observed on March 21st since 2012. March 21st was selected to signify the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, and which causes Down syndrome. Whereas the City of Brandon values our citizens with Down syndrome and their families. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Butch Lee, Mayor of the City of Brandon, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2026 as World Down Syndrome Day in the City of Brandon, and encourage the citizens of Brandon to work together to promote respect and inclusion of individuals with Down syndrome and to celebrate their accomplishments and contributing. Congratulations, sir. Here we go. Come on, Mom. Really? He's good right where he's at. He's not going to bother anybody. All right. Anyone else here this evening would like to make public comment before the board on any matter? I know most of us are here. Most of you are here for one of the items on the agenda tonight. And board, I'm going to take some liberties on that in a few minutes. We'll change the order of the agenda. What you got, Ben?
Y'all become quite popular, I see.
If you
Bigger
would,
crowd than I'm accustomed to.
tell Mr. Baker who you are and what you're here for.
My name is Ben Luther, and I'm a resident of the Cornerstone neighborhood here in Brandon. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Homeowners Association there in Cornerstone. I'd like to begin by thanking the mayor and thanking the board for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight to express the Homeowners Association Board's concern with the proposed battery facility that's being proposed at the there at the intersection of Trickham Bridge Road and Grants Ferry Parkway. I feel like most of us here, most of the residents of Cornerstone understand that there's an element of risk.
Could we get this in, we've got a hearing, a public hearing tonight, and rather than doing it in public comment, because then we'll start going down the road where everybody, you know, I need to.
We want it within the context of the public hearing is what we want. We're going to do it all then, if that's okay.
I don't understand what you're telling me.
It's on the agenda as a public hearing, notified and going by the book of what we're supposed to do, following our ordinances. I'd rather it be in that public hearing than in public comment.
Okay, so you don't want me to have the conversation I'm having now?
No, I want you to have it. I just want you to have it within.
There will be an opportunity for people to speak for and against.
Okay.
And at that time, that's what he's asking.
All right. Well, I can wait till then.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. Anybody else on any other subject this evening? All right. I'm going to breeze through a few things, board and audience. We had some questions last time from two board members, and I feel like I need to answer those questions very quickly. A status of sales tax and that kind of stuff. So here are the current numbers on sales tax that we've been getting. We've been getting dinged a little bit. The negatives that you see on here, and the board's concerned about that. It affects how we operate the city. Sales tax is what runs our city and helps pay our law enforcement, general fund employees. We have found that several businesses have been designated as being in Brandon, and they aren't, and they're being stricken from what we get. So if you look on the left side of this, see 2005, 2006, our numbers are starting to come back. So there's a $721,000 that came back. So that's where we are. We're a little bit off. We track this. We're 5 months into the year. We'll track this all the way through every month and make reports to your board so that you're aware of that. Economic and tourism and recreational development tax. We had a lot of questions last time. Perhaps didn't answer this like I should have. But just to give everybody an audience, sometimes we look at Brandon and say, why aren't we doing X, Y, Z? Well, if you look at this at 1715.8 in the bottom right corner, we're 17 years behind the city of Flowood and some of the actions they took as far as food and beverage taxes and hotel tax, things like that. We're 15 years behind Florence and Richland, and we're 8 years behind Pearl from when they enacted those. So for me, it's always working, trying to catch up and get ahead and stay ahead. So that's kind of where we are, board. So audience, back in 13, July 9th, I remember it well, that passed with 72% here in Brandon, and it's designated to tourism, parks, and recreation. And we've done a lot with that money and a lot more to do. Our tourism money, 2% money is coming in at about $160,000 a month. We track that as well. You don't see as many negatives in here because it's pretty standard. If you're wondering why these baseball tournaments, soccer, girls softball, all that stuff is coming in here, that's helping to pay the things that we're building in Brandon. It's helping with downtown. I haven't found a new one of these. I'll build a new one if I need to, but the amount of revenue that's coming in from people coming here, our amphitheater combined with this is bringing in a lot more revenue than what we originally thought. This supports the amphitheater. That bottom red line is the debt service on that all the way out. So it's all taken care of, and it's kind of ginning like a good cotton gin. We got into the question last time, Sharon, about where's that money going to come from. If you remember, we were matching monies and things like that. Every one of these grants that we get has a different reporting cycle. So the community development block grant, I'm trying to go fast, audience, because I know you've got things that we need to take care of. The community development block grant is a little bit different. It's federal money that comes to the state. It's got different reporting guidelines. The money that we get from MPO has got different guidelines. The money that we get from MOST, which is a Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Program for Trails, is different. The money that we get from the Corps of Engineers is different. All these places have different reporting guidelines. So what was on the agenda last time that some of you were worried about is where the matching money is going to come from. So I made a list here of everywhere the money could come from on some of these federal grants. And I went through that. Now this is another thing, board, I'm going to bring to you hopefully in 2 weeks with Matthew Miller. We're going to study this the next 2 weeks and bring both a funding mechanism and a plan for a street resurfacing plan. This is Infrastructure Modernization Act money that Mark Baker was in the legislature at the time, and we paid off that much debt. The one you see in the square down there, we pay off in June. So we're coming out way ahead. We're taking care of business, and we're going to do that. The rest of those grants, it can come from a variety of places. So I stayed here the board was kind enough, the last meeting in December, and I went through a list of all these things. But going back in time, we were approached with money that was coming out. Last year, there were 3 times money came out of MPO. I don't ever remember that happening again. It was February, September, and I think November it came out. So we sit down, staff and I sit down, and we came up with 17 things and brought these to you. So this is where we think we can make a match to spend some money. Sharon was here, Harry Williams was here, Jared Crane, and Lou Coker. I don't remember who the other one was, but we passed that. And what we brought to you was 8 things that we thought would work. Out of that 8, only 3 were funded. So out of that, the source of contention, audience, was on the far right, local funds. Where are we going to get $344,000? Where are we going to get $414,000? Where are we going to get $462,000 to do some of these things, these improvements you see coming in all over town? So the match is, in the last 18 months to 2 years, total estimate, I added this up, we've gotten over $7 million worth of grants for a variety of things around the city. Sewer stuff, street stuff, Highway 80 stuff out here, and grants. The match is $1.8 million. And in that, I showed everybody on the board that the city is not putting anything in that. So we're basically getting $9 million worth of stuff and just these 7 things at no increase to us at all. And I kind of think that's a good thing, so I want to keep doing that. And I ask you and I ask the audience all the time, you want me to stop working on trying to get grants? And I think we need to continue getting grants. I'd rather spend $100,000 and get a grant for $600,000 every day of the week. All right, I just wanted to get that said so that we had some clarity up here. Sometimes these board members, audience, just like right now, these board members get pounded by things like you're here tonight to visit, and it's a lot. That's what I say. We're a growing community. A lot's coming at us from every which way, and we got to get better at it, right? So I appreciate these people that serve, and I hope you do as well. So we're going to begin to work on through the agenda here. Board, I would like to, Joey, I want you to get your radar up right now, Joey. We're going to change the order of the agenda. I think most everybody in this room has an agenda. What we're going to do is, Mary Ann, you're going to go second. You'll go after Joey. We're going to go ahead and start with community. You good with that, Joey?
Yes.
Well, I need to go ahead and get the old minutes. None first. Let me get the old. So I'm going to jump. Sorry to mess you up, Mark. All right. So first, I need a motion to approve the work session and regular board meeting minutes of March 2nd, 2026, and the work session of March 3rd, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sherry Womack, second by Mr. Jared Crane. Any comment on those? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you, board. All right, Joey. We're going straight. Let's go straight to, let's go, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong one. Here I am looking at Alex again. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with that one.
Number 9.
All right, we have, Joey, we're going to go ahead, Black Mountain, number 9 on your section of the agenda. We'll start with that public comment. And Mark, you tell me, hang on, you'll tell me when you're ready, Joey, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll find out.
Board, I'm trying to get, we had a presentation for this tonight. Mr. Brian is here to.
All right, you're going to get closer to that microphone because people are trying to hear you in the back. Nobody can hear you in the back of the room.
Mark Baker, I'm
almost like you kiss it if you have to.
Oh, my.
Let's start over.
I wasn't intending to start, Mark. I was just letting everybody know that I need time.
They still can't hear in the back of the room. You got to get up close to that microphone.
Why are you telling me that you're not intending to start? We're starting.
Start away, Mark.
Okay.
I'm going to multitask.
Okay. We're here right now with regard to the public hearing and action, proposed action regarding a conditional use permit application, case number 26002, submitted by Black Mountain Energy Storage, I've got it on, LLC, for a battery energy storage.
They can't hear you.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
If the hallway could just give us just a little bit, you want to close? I don't want to close the door. Hey, we'll have to close the doors if they can't. Is my mic not working? They can't hear you, Joe.
It's on. I didn't say anything, Mayor.
Okay.
Testing. Good. Kiss it. Got it.
All right. This is the mayor's mic. Okay. So we're here with regard to the Black Mountain Energy Storage number 2 LLC battery energy storage system facility application. This is regard to parcels J9 320 and J9 30, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And was the matter presented to the Planning Commission?
It was.
Okay. Did you prepare a staff report in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also prepare any other revised staff reports with regard to the matter?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to go through that in a little bit. Can you advise the board as to whether all of the prerequisites to the public hearing have been met?
They have been met.
Okay, and the Planning Commission's recommendation is incorporated within your staff report, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you generally describe for the audience the nature of the application and the process that went through with regard to the application and how we got here today?
Yes, sir. So the applicant requests an approval of a conditional use permit to allow a standalone battery energy storage system facility as a quasi-public utility service on parcels J9 320 and J9 30, which is right off of Trickle Bridge Road, south of the railroad. The applicant's narrative states that the project will consist of enclosed climate-controlled battery containers utilizing lithium iron phosphate battery modules, will operate as an unmanned facility with periodic maintenance and testing visits, and will interconnect directly with the adjacent substation located to the west of that site.
Okay. With regard to that application, can you advise the board as to whether or not during the comment period, the time that it was before the Planning Commission and before today, did you receive any particular comments with regard to opposition to or in favor of the application?
There was no in favor of. There was quite a bit of opposition to this application. Probably two legs, one informative, but mostly opposition.
Okay. And we'll hear from some of those tonight, but do you have any ballpark figures as to how many you heard from that were in opposition?
I probably had, there was a lot of in-person conversations about it, ball fields and such, right, and in person, but probably about 10 calls myself directly. Okay. And a few emails.
Okay. And so you've generally described the nature of the application. You've generally described the nature of the staff report was completed in this case and the analysis was completed. And did the staff make a recommendation, a final recommendation with regard to the pending application?
We did, sir. After reviewing, after our initial, which the board has the first staff report, the revision does modify our recommendation based on compatibility to the surrounding areas. And that recommendation would be for denial as presented. Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for those in favor of the application to come forward and speak. Is there anyone here who desires to speak in favor of the application? State your name and why you're here and what you want to say. And I will say the mayor's going to kind of, as you can tell, there's a big room. Are you the applicant?
I am here representing the applicant. The applicant actually was unable to attend. Okay.
Well, I'm sure he's going to give you a little bit more leeway because you're here representing the applicant, and he's going to tell everybody else.
Mark, may I put this PowerPoint up here? They request.
I'm not in charge of what he wants to present to the board.
You okay with it?
What you want?
Yes, sir. I'd like to do the presentation, please.
And what was your name, please?
My name is Brian Scholl. I work for a company called Energy Safety Response Group.
All right, Brian, I didn't catch your last name.
Scholl, S-C-H-O-L-L, like the doctor.
And you're with who?
Energy Safety Response Group.
And who are you in relation to the applicant?
I am the fire safety consultant for the applicant.
Okay. All right. And the applicant's not here tonight?
Sadly, the applicant is not here tonight.
Okay, it's working.
And can everybody hear me? Am I
think you got to get closer to that microphone. So,
kiss it,
David. I'm going to be looking at you, David. You need to talk louder. Okay. Just yell at me. If you got to yell at me, yell at me.
Okay. So, Mr. Scholl, you have a presentation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen it?
So the first part of the presentation is kind of showing the corporate overview of Black Mountain Energy and where they've come from. So it's a small company that was founded in 2007, and they've got a bunch of investments, and now they're getting into the renewable energy, including battery energy storage systems. Joey? So the question that comes up all the time is, what is a battery energy storage system? It's simply just a battery. So when there's low demand on the grid, it stores that energy off the grid until we need it. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and I have a battery energy storage system in my community, and I know it's there when it's 120 degrees here in the next couple months, that when all the ACs are running and we need that power, that battery system is going to inject power into the grid to make sure my grid is stable. Make sure that nothing happens in my grid, I don't have brownouts, and I don't lose my electricity and then lose my air conditioning when it's 120 degrees out. And the nice thing about the battery energy storage systems today is they are highly tested, highly regulated. A lot of times when we look at the news, we Google lithium-ion batteries, we see all the fires, all the stuff that happens with the lithium-ion batteries. These are not those. This is not micro-mobility. This is not electric vehicles. This is not the cell phone that you have in your pocket. These are highly tested, highly regulated systems. And how we test them is we take an individual cell, kind of like a AA battery, and we put a nail through it. What happens? Does it propagate, or does it go from one cell to another cell to another cell? And then we go bigger. We do the module. Okay, does that propagate? Then we go to the rack. Does it propagate? And then we go to the whole entire enclosure. If it doesn't propagate, then it gets listed. Just like we see on our microwaves or anything else, other device, you'll see the UL kind of symbol. This has to go through the UL testing process. Highly tested, highly regulated. Joey?
That work, Brian?
There we go. And the big thing between a lot of the first generation batteries, the first instance that we've had, is now we have codes in place. And the biggest code we have in place is NFPA A55. I am actually a member of NFPA 55, so I help write the code so I know exactly what we put in there. And everything that's in the codes is everything that bad happened previously, we fix that in the codes. And today our codes are top notch, and we're probably in the 3rd or 4th edition of the codes. This is where the project's located. And some of the interconnection, some of the investments they do. The big thing is the investment in the community. How much money is coming into the community over the lifetime of that project? And we're over $78 million for the life of the project. So if you look at the numbers on there, how much is the city of Brandon going to get? $19.9 million. You just had a slide up there earlier about how are you going to do all those improvements. This project helps you guys do all those improvements without much demand on your infrastructure. It doesn't take water. It doesn't take electricity. It doesn't take sewer. It just sits there and does its job. So it's a very good thing to have in your community. And the environmental studies. There's going to be a lot of environmental studies that are going to happen right now up into commissioning of the battery system. To include, the biggest question that comes out in environment is, what happens if there is an incident? What's in the smoke? I can tell you exactly what's in the smoke because it's required by code that when we test it, we capture the smoke. And what's in the smoke? Hydrogen, CO2. Very similar to a residential fire. I'd actually say that a residential fire is a worse fire than these batteries because in our homes, we've got plastics. We have fire retardant material that is way worse as far as what comes off the smoke. I don't know what's in those fires. I know exactly what's coming off in the smoke. And the other question that just comes up in this is, well, what is the fire department going to do? Are they trained? That's why I'm here. I've got a 23-year career in the fire service. I just retired about a year ago. So I'm going to be the one that actually comes out here and trains the firefighters on how to respond to an incident. And I responded to a bunch of incidents as myself. And we actually had an incident west of Phoenix about 3 months ago. And it worked exactly like we said it was going to work. It was a small incident. It kept to the enclosure. Didn't have a whole lot of smoke. The fire department never got off their vehicles, and they went home, and us subject matter experts take over. That's how these things work. And that'll be all part of the planning and process that we go through. Just more of the property tax of how much percentage each of the communities are going to get. Joey? And then all the contract information and what they need to do. Remember, I wish I could explain more. This is out of my scope. I'm the fire safety person. I'm kind of the fire guy. So I do apologize if you have any questions on these type slides. I'm just not the person to answer those questions. I do apologize. And then also the interconnection process. I believe the idea of the commissioning would be, I think, Q 2030, I believe is what the goal is. So we have a lot of time to prepare as we move forward, train the firefighters, making sure the public understands what are we actually talking about? What actually is these batteries and what are they not? And that's the big key for us. And then just different contact information. Like I said, Caroline, she's the big one that's supposed to be here. Her name's about almost near the bottom. She's the director of permitting and entitlements. And I wish she was here to answer all the other questions for you. But I'm here by myself. So
that it?
That is it, sir. I'm here for any questions on fire or life safety.
When and if they get to the point where they want to ask you questions, they'll do it after the public hearing, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who desires to speak in favor of the application? Anyone else who desires to speak in favor of the application? I don't see that there's anybody here to speak in opposition, so we can move on, right? I'm just kidding. All right.
Not a time for humor.
All right. All right. There needs to be some form of order, so if you come up and want to make a statement, that's great. You can speak and put in whatever you want into the record with regard to being here in opposition. But at some point it may get redundant, and we may just want to take a show of hands, so you can decide that all you want. But now for those who want to speak in opposition.
Ben first. Thank you, Ben.
These are the same notes, so some of the beginning is going to sound very familiar to you guys. My name is Ben Luther, and I'm a resident of the Cornerstone neighborhood here in Brandon. I'm speaking on behalf of the Homeowners Association there in the Cornerstone neighborhood. I'd like to begin by thanking the mayor, thanking the board for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'd like to also thank the gentleman from Black Mountain for coming out all the way from Phoenix. I appreciate his insights. I'm here tonight to express our concern as a board with the proposed battery facility that's going to be proposed to be located at the intersection of Trickham Bridge Road and the Grants Ferry Parkway. I feel like most of the board, my fellow board members, all understand that there's always an element of risk to progress, to most progress. At the same time, I feel like there's a point where that risk becomes too great. We need electricity. Yeah, it's obvious. We need to be able to store electricity. That also seems obvious. I'm very concerned that, like I said, that the proposal exceeds that level of risk. Most of us here are familiar where the facility is being proposed. I would also imagine that most here are very familiar with what already exists in that area. Ambiance, Spears Crossing, Orchard View, a significant number of houses off of Trickham Bridge, including North Brandon Estates, my current neighborhood of Cornerstone, which now exceeds over 400 houses. Also, there's new development out there, a new subdivisions actively being built, and many being proposed. My hope is that a more suitable location can be found. To me, this is simply a problem of geography. You know, we need the ability to have energy. We need power in our homes. We need the ability to store energy. But in my opinion, and it's the opinion of my fellow board members, that we would prefer that to not be where we live in the proximity of the neighborhoods that we have in that part of the city. I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, sir.
Folks, I'm going to try to keep you in the 2-minute range. I'll wave at you if it gets close, okay? If you would, just state your name for the record clearly so he can pick it up.
I'm Angie Miles.
Who?
And I live in East Haven. I've lived in East Haven more than half my life. My mother bought a house there when I was 17 years old. I now live there with my husband, and I raised my daughter there. I bought and lived there for a reason. I understand tonight is an opportunity for residents to raise questions and concerns. And before any decision is made about placing a battery energy storage facility in the middle of a residential area, I believe that several important questions need to be cleared up. I won't go over the first two because the gentleman from the company, he cleared it up for us, so I'll just jump to my third. I don't expect an answer tonight, I just want you to know. What environmental protections will be in place to prevent contamination of nearby waterways, including the stream located on the proposed site, if there is a battery failure, fire, or chemical release? The proposed location is adjacent to a very active railroad line, have potential risks associated with trains transporting hazardous materials along that rail line been evaluated in relation to this facility? This area has experienced major tornadoes not in recent years, but since I've lived there. Major. They cause significant damage and loss of life. What would happen if a tornado directly impacted this facility? What would cleanup involve, and who would be responsible for it? What is the long-term plan for this site once the facility reaches the end of its operational life or becomes outdated technology? Will there be a legally required decommissioning bond to ensure the batteries and infrastructure are removed and the land is restored? Will Black Mountain Energy Storage be the long-term owner and operator of this facility, or could the project be sold to another company after approvals are obtained? And finally, why is a large-scale energy infrastructure project being proposed for property that is currently zoned residential rather than an area designed for industrial development? There may be locations that are better suited for this project like this, but placing it in the middle of an established residential neighborhood raises serious questions for people who live there. Residents purchased homes in this area with the expectation that residential zoning would remain residential, and I respectfully ask that those concerns be carefully considered before any decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Greg Overstreet. I live at Trickenbridge Road. As far as I know, I'm the closest person to the site. And she asked most of my questions already.
All right, Greg, the folks at the back wall back here can't hear you. I know it's odd, but you almost got to kiss that thing to talk into it.
Hello.
There you go. Come on in here.
I'm Greg Overstreet. I live on Trickenbridge Road. As far as I know, I'm the closest person to this place, and my neighbor across the street, he couldn't make it. I was wondering, the man from the company was talking about the life of the batteries. When the batteries wear out, are they replaced, or are they just going to abandon the site, or how does all that work? I'm worried it's going to affect my property values because it's going to be increased traffic, increased noise. I read something today that's going to be 1,000 feet off the road. People can put anything on paper, but they have to follow through on it. And I guess that's about all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, boardman. Thank you. My name is Don Thompson. I'm here for the North Lake subdivision. There are 54 households or houses, if you will, in North Lake. Just going to take a few minutes. Bear with me. My comments today concern the request to rezone the tract in Rankin County for the proposed Black Mountain Energy Storage lithium battery facility. My position is simple. This rezoning is premature, incompatible with surrounding land uses, and exposes nearby residents to risks that have not been adequately evaluated and mitigated. My goal is not to debate the merits of energy storage as a concept. My goal is to ensure that zoning decisions in Brandon remain consistent with established land use principles, public safety standards, and the long-term interests of our community. The proposed site is adjacent to existing residential subdivisions and other single-family homes. Under any zoning framework, industrial-scale lithium battery storage is not a compatible neighbor to single-family homes. Incompatibilities include lithium, or the BESS, as you heard it referred to, which is battery energy storage systems. Facilities are classified as high-hazard industrial use under NFPA 855. NFPA is the National Fire Protection Association, assess standards and safety requirements for energy storage installations. Emergency response requirements. These facilities require specialized firefighting capabilities that local departments typically don't possess. Buffering. 855, that would be NFPA 855 that we just addressed, and UL 9540A testing. Glossary, the UL 9540A is a fire safety test standard used to evaluate how energy storage systems behave if a battery goes into thermal runaway, and often requires substantial separation distances from occupied structures. This site cannot satisfy that requirement. Rezoning this tract would place an industrial hazard footprint in close proximity to established neighborhoods, subdivisions, and commercial development. That is not consistent with the intent of any residential or transitional zoning category. Noise pollution. The fellow that preceded mentioned that, and that is increased traffic ingressing and egressing the facility, certainly in the construction phase. as well as noise generated by the operation of the facility. And that hasn't been measured yet, of course, because it doesn't exist, but it's going to be there. Public safety and fire behavior. Lithium-ion battery fires behave differently from conventional fires. They can enter thermal runaway, producing temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They can reignite after appearing extinguished. They release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, which can be dangerous even at low concentrations. They often require 24 to 48 hours of continuous water application to control. And these are not theoretical concerns. Documented best fires in Arizona, California, New York, and Australia have resulted in firefighter injuries, multi-day suppression efforts, shelter-in-place orders, and large-scale evacuations. Brandon's Fire Department is staffed by highly capable professionals, but they do not have the specialized equipment, training, or water supply infrastructure required to manage a best thermal runaway event. Rezoning should not be granted until a full hazard analysis plume model, smoke in the air, lost my place, an emergency response plan can be publicly reviewed. I'm about to get to the end of this. Bear with me.
Yes, sir.
Lack of transparency in ownership and land control. The applicant's land control structure involves multiple LLCs and out-of-state entities. Before rezoning is granted, the community deserves clarity on who owns the land, who controls the project, who is financially responsible in the event of a fire, explosion, or environmental release, whether the landowner and project operator are the same entity. Rezoning runs with the land, and once granted, it applies to any future owner, not just the current applicant. Without full transparency, the board cannot responsibly approve a permanent zoning change. Precedent and long-term impact. Approving this rezoning will set a precedent that high-hazard industrial uses can be placed next to homes without adequate buffers, without demonstrated emergency response capacity, and without a full environmental and safety review. This precedent would affect not only this tract, but future land use decisions across Brandon, Rankin County, and perhaps even the great state of Mississippi. Bears thought. Zoning exists to prevent incompatible uses from being forced into the residential areas. Approving this request would undermine that principle. The economic impact and reasonable path forward. A 40-acre lithium battery storage facility creates almost no permanent employment. Typically, only 2 to 6 full-time jobs. Sites are highly automated, remotely monitored, and require only occasional maintenance crews. Even the largest battery facilities in the country operate with staffing in the single digits. That means that the city would be taking on industrial-scale fire, safety, and land use risk in exchange for virtually no long-term economic benefit. The construction jobs are temporary, the permanent jobs are minimal, and the tax revenue is modest. For a high-hazard use placed next to homes, this is a poor trade-off for the community. I'm not asking the board to reject energy innovation. I'm asking the board to supply the same standards of prudence and due diligence that you apply to every other rezoning request. A reasonable path forward would include a full NFPA 855 compliance review, a UL 9540A hazard and plume analysis, a third-party emergency response capability assessment, a site-specific buffer and setback study, full public disclosure of ownership and land control documents, and, importantly, the economic case for constructing this facility. Very important. Until these steps are completed, rezoning is premature. So in closing, for these reasons, land use incompatibility, public safety concerns, lack of transparency, and the long-term precedent this decision sets, I respectfully urge the board to deny the rezoning request at this time. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, would you like those remarks to be appended, over here, would you like those remarks to be appended as part of the public hearing?
Sir, I don't hear well.
Why don't you give those remarks to the city clerk, or Joey, could you get those remarks from Mr. Thompson?
Can we keep your...
A folder that essentially tracks that if you want more detail.
No, if that's it, you want that appended to the minutes, right? Hold on, he can't hear.
He's just asking if your comments could be appended to the...
Yes.
You're asking for that?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I beg your pardon, I just...
No, that's quite all right. I understand. All right, Pastor. And now, that was 10 minutes, good 10 minutes, but if we could shorten that down, because there are other people that want to speak. We're going to keep it at what?
I'm not preaching today.
It might be 20 minutes now.
I'm Pastor Ava Harvey, the pastor of the Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist Church, and it is located...
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
925 Trickham Bridge Road.
Go ahead.
In the Evergreen community, and everything has already been said, but I'll just say it comes down to three things, well, really four. Human quality, air quality, land quality, and water quality. So those are the things that I'm standing in opposition for this zoning approval. We just had, just not even a month ago hardly, this air quality notice right here in Rankin County that went out across many of the social media platforms. As a resident of Trickham Bridge Road, and my parents live there, and most of my members are in that area, we are in absolute opposition to this rezoning because this is a residential area and we love the way it is. Now, we're not standing in opposition of growth. We're not standing in opposition of having adequate energy, but we believe there is a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Yes, sir. Grab that microphone and yell at me.
How's that?
Can you hear in the back, David? He says he can hear you back there.
Right,
go ahead.
Very good. My name is Dennis Berryhill. I live on 220 Evergreen Drive. We're about 2 miles from this
they can't hear you now.
Proposed facility.
Yell at me. Yell at me.
Hey, is that any better? Is that better?
A little bit. Get close to that microphone.
All right. I want to thank Jeremy King and Carolyn, I can't call her last name now, with Black Mountain. They were very prompt in answering my infrastructure questions about this project. I am a retired electrical engineer, and I've spent 25 years with Entergy Corporation, so I know a little bit about what we're doing here. What I am disappointed about this hearing is the lack of anyone from Black Mountain here to field questions. That tells me there's almost an arrogance involved there to not have that company representative here, especially against the backdrop of what you're hearing, how people feel about it. And I'm just going to leave it at that. It went really well as far as answering questions at the onset. But as this progressed, we're at a point here where we don't know a whole lot more about what is Black Mountain's business plan here? How are they making money on it? When they put this in service, what is their cash flow? Who is going to pay it? I'm told that there's no relationship to Entergy Mississippi, but there has to be somebody that's footing the bill here long-term for the operation of this facility. They're not doing this for their health. And what I request here today is that we at least need to have a hearing where Black Mountain is here to answer those questions, not a single company representative for fire hazards. We deserve more than that. And that's all I've got to say. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Appreciate that. No, let's get. All right, we're going to get a cup. Yeah, come on. If you would, give me just a second.
We're Cotton, and
if you would.
Y'all have asked every question I was going to ask but one. Sound decibels.
If you would, get up closer to that microphone.
Okay, I'm loudmouth, so I'm surprised they can't
hey,
hear me.
That's all right. Don't you?
Sound decimals. That is one of my greatest concerns.
Your name?
Joy Cotton.
There you go. Okay.
All right. Well, everything I've read and everything I've seen is sound decimals is anywhere from 70 to 105. The average person, safe zone is 70. At daytime, best is 55 to 60, night 40 to 50. Now, I'm just far enough that I'm not going to hear it. I live in off of Trickham Ridge in East Haven Estates. But the ones that are closer are going to hear this sound. It will not be the same sound as South Haven because they are using gas turbines. But there will be noise. There will be groundwater pollution, no matter how, I'm sorry, I'm cold, contamination. No matter what happens, if there's a fire with runoffs, it can be avoided if they take the extra steps. We get that. I'm not against renewable energy. I'm all for it, but not in a neighborhood. Put it industrial. We need it to help our grid. I'm not going to sit here and say we don't. We just don't need it in our neighborhood. Anybody's neighborhood, not just mine. It needs to be somewhere industrial. It needs to be somewhere there's not residents within at least a 2-mile radius. It is something that will benefit the city of Brandon. It is something that all residents do need because our infrastructure is not great. It's just not the right place. It's definitely the right time, just not the right place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Folks, whoever wants to come on down, what we're going to do is we're going to have one more. You'll be last, and then we're going to start doing a show of hands. Unless someone else has something different to say, we'll hear that. Come on down. You're going to yell at me, I know. I can tell by the grin on your face. Yeah, look, I don't like talking into a microphone either, but you just got to yell at it sometimes to make it work. I got David Lawrence in the back of the room, and he's frowning up every time because he's getting old and he can't hear. So, sound off. Get up close to that microphone.
Well, I believe David Lawrence won't have a problem hearing me.
There you go. He got you. Yeah.
I believe he can hear me, okay? Thank you. Look.
What's your name?
Derek Elam, E-L-A-M. And I live down the road from this battery storage place. I ain't got a problem with people doing stuff to help the county, helping the city. But right now, we've got a very good residential area in this area. And we do not need industrial coming to it right now. That we're fine where we at. Our first responders, I spent 25 years as a first responder. I don't think we have the ability to put out the fires if it does happen. Plus, the rest of the people that live there, they don't want to see this. I don't want to see it. I mean, why do we have to have industrial coming to a residential area, sir? That's my question. They can go straight on down the road somewhere else to a much better industrial facility or area and build the same thing. That's all I got.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. You're going to say something different. That's all right. Well, get up close to that microphone.
I'm up close. Can y'all hear me? Okay, so I wear a lot of different hats. I am the president of East Haven. I am president of Central Mississippi Realtors. I'm on Main Street Board, but I'm not speaking on any of them. I want to ask the question as to what is this going to do to our property values? I have no issue with it if it were an industrial section. But we have to keep in mind that we have a new subdivision coming on the other side of the railroad tracks in that area. Those houses, I don't know how far back they are going to be. I don't know if there's a buffer between there. But if there was a fire, what would happen to those houses? But also, what about our property values down Trickham Bridge? Is that going to affect with that facility there?
Thank you, Selena. Appreciate it. All right. Now, I'm going to get those two officers in the back room, step back into that hallway, because we're going to ask an overhead question, Mr. Baker, is how many, no what? I see heads back there going do this. What's that mean? You can't hear me either? All right. Well, it's your money to get your sound system checked. It's not mine. Yeah, we'll take a collection going out the door tonight. How about that? All right. So, is there anyone else that would like to offer something different than what's been said? Could you? I see some hands out in the hallway. If you got something different to offer, come on. We're up to number 9. We'll take 1 or 2 more.
Yes, sir.
You got to get close to that microphone. You can't come down here unless you're going to yell at me. You got to yell at me so everybody can hear you.
All right, sound good?
David? No.
Louder?
Louder.
All right.
Louder. What's your name?
My name is Peyton Bryant. I was a member of the Mayor's Youth Council for most of my youth. I have become very familiar with this city hall, and it feels as though these deals with these tech companies.
You're drifting away from the microphone.
It seems as though, it feels as though these negotiations with these tech companies has been very backdoor, and that has not been felt. We have not felt transparency with it, and I'm sure that's been mentioned before, but it feels very backhanded.
I'll handle that.
And it's going to affect us in the county more than it is people in the city. We don't have power issues out in the county. We don't. But we're building it very close to where I live, which is just outside of the city. And it's going to make things worse for people out in Cornerstone. These things are not good for the people living near them. The CEOs of these places would never want to build their houses near them. They would never want it in their backyard, but they're putting it in ours. And it feels disingenuous, and it's not right.
Okay. All right. All right, last one. This is number 10. So you're going to promise me you're going to yell at me in that microphone, right?
I got you.
There you go. Come on in.
I'm ready. My name is Natalie, and I want to say I'm probably responsible for a good bit of the people that you see.
What's your last name?
Readus, R-E-A-D-U-S.
Okay, go ahead.
I live off Trickham Bridge Road in one of the many subdivisions that we have talked about today. And as a resident of this community, I am extremely concerned, not just with the battery operating facility that we are talking about, but the actual harms that come from data centers. And the way that the legislation reads, it is a complete rollout for corporations to come in and pillage our resources, not pay taxes, because there's a fee in lieu that is a part of SB 2001. And also, we, the residents, are the ones paying for the infrastructure upgrades if you read the legislation, SB 2001. And we are hardworking Americans. We are hardworking, tax-paying Mississippians. And to put the onus on us for corporations to come in and pillage our resources, to poison us, to cause our insurance rates to go up and our equity to be decreased. I spent the weekend in South Haven, Mississippi after attending the MDEQ meeting where MDEQ approved the XAI turbines. And the residents in the neighborhood that I went to, there were a number of for sale signs, and they talked about the decreases that they would have dropped their prices, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, just trying to get to a safe area so that their children can play outside. And that's not okay, because that's money they don't get back while corporations are able to come in and benefit off of us. without any investment in the community. And the way that some legislators, the way that some of our public officials have actually created this legislation, and they give talking points and they indicate, oh, this is a $6 billion investment, as in the data center in Brandon, Mississippi. It is not a $6 billion investment. What it is that's the cost of construction. I am one of the people that people have told you not to listen to, people that are on social media that are sounding the alarms about the intentional harms that data centers and battery storage facilities cause to our communities. And we are here. We showed up. We showed up in numbers and droves that are far exceeding the capacity of this room, but our voices and our votes, they matter.
Thank you. All right. Okay, here we go. You got to get a number 11. I think you got something drastically different to say?
Just real quick.
Okay, please. Under a minute.
John Dining. John Dining from Evergreen Estates.
Okay.
John Dining from Evergreen Estates. One quick question for the mayor and the board, and this is to look into the evacuation routes and the limited county roads and city streets. If there was to be an evacuation, they won't handle the amount of emergency vehicles going through there. So this is not a good location for this. But think about that for what would have to be done.
Thank you, Johnny. All right. You want me to fire off? You want you got to do your thing? Yeah. All right. Show of hands, if officers, if you would, step back in the hallway, and if somebody out there in the hallway, I see a couple of people that act like they can hear me. I'm looking for a show of hands from the hallway. How many people feel like the same, or parallel, feel the same way of the comments that have been made in here? If we would get a show of hands and give me a head count, please. Show of hand, and even in this room, hallway and in this room. There you. That's what we're looking for. Joey, can you take a head count right quick? Joey, you're going to have to come out here. Joey, you're going to have to walk out here and see back around that way.
Got a 56 in here.
56 in here plus. What you got in the hallway? They'll come back. That doesn't matter. I need a number for the record. I need a number for the record. Mark, Mr. Baker, you want to approximate a number and say 150? Too late. We got it. We're going to say 150. If everybody's going to yell, now, all right, hold on. Well, we can stay. I don't mind staying all night long. Hang on, Mr. Baker. All right, can everybody hear me? Is there anyone in this room or right there in the hallway that cannot hear me? No, because they're out there talking. Can they please be quiet in the hallway? Can we lower your hands? We've already taken a count. All right, we're going to have to close those doors. If you can't be quiet, we're going to have to close the doors, folks. Lower your hands. That count's already been made. Folks, we're trying to hear everybody. If you could, please be quiet in the hallway. All right. Let me sound off a little bit over here. So I've heard 2 or 3 things. Please, that's all right. One more time. Next time we close the doors. Trying to be polite. I love every one of you. I appreciate you coming out tonight on a cold night, and as do everybody else up here. So let's sound off on a few things to begin with before we get to a vote or a motion. Let's close the doors, please. Close the doors. No, ma'am. We're past that right now. I'm sorry. We can't talk over everybody in the hallway. Close the doors, please. Close the doors, please. All right. Close the door on the right, and the other one will close by itself. You got to close the other door first. There you go. Rocket sign. Thank you, sir. All right, here we go. So I'll just trust you good people to carry what I'm about to say out in the hallway. So I heard some disconcerting things. I heard things like there hasn't been enough transparency. There's been backdoor deals. There's been all this kind of stuff. Look, I'm going to defend every one of your rights. If you're a property owner, the system of government that we have here is to protect you and your property owners. Just like we've got to protect the property owner or the person that owns that property out there. He has due course to ask for his property to be rezoned. And that's all this is. If it wasn't any transparency, why would there be signs up and down the road out there saying that there's a public hearing? So you're kind of getting off and creating things in social media that are just not true. That's why we post things and have public comment, to bring it to everybody's attention, to give as many people as we can an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to protect that person's property owners, and this board's going to protect that person's property owners, just like we're going to protect your property. So we all have property rights, and we're inclined to protect those. I think we do a good job in this. We've got systems in place that address these things, and that's what this is about a system going through to protect everybody. So, that being said, this is a conditional use request going from what was, and we're changing that, by the way, traditional neighborhood to an industrial setting. And they want to rezone the property along Trickenbridge Road into commercial property. Either way, it's to rezoning, that kind of stuff. So, the issue before the board is, do you want to rezone property from traditional neighborhood to industrial to allow this to go forward? That's kind of it. Now, Mr. Baker, you got to yell at me in the microphone here so they can hear you in the back of the room.
It's not a rezoning, Mayor. It's a conditional.
Well, okay, it's a conditional use.
Well, there is
to allow it to be used in a different zoning.
It's a conditional use to allow a quasi-public use in a T&D.
Okay.
That's what the application is.
Yeah, a public and quasi-public conditional use is, it can be conditional use in all districts, just to be clear.
All right, in this particular district, it is zone residential, traditional neighborhood, is that correct?
T&D, yes, sir.
Okay, and we're wanting a conditional use in residential neighborhood to go to commercial, or go to industrial.
No, Mayor.
All right, whatever. Okay, I think I'm going to get it down to where we all understand it. You can correct me later, but we're going to allow an industrial entity in a residential zoned area.
That's worded better, yes, sir.
Is that worded better?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure somebody out there is recording that.
Well, there's an application. There's no indication yet.
All right. Board, you have anything that you would like to add to this? I would ask that you get up close to your microphone so that everybody can hear you in the room if necessary. David, microphone, please.
Let me get it here.
They can't hear you.
Are we ready for action or just more discussion?
We're in a public hearing.
Okay.
If there's no, Mayor, I can close the public hearing. I mean, if you want to close it, you can close it. We take action.
I recommend we close the public hearing and move toward board action.
Hey, Mayor, may I say something? Miss Carolyn texted me. The reason she's not here, I had a couple of people in opposition who voiced that the applicant is not here. It was due to a flight delay. She's been trying to reach out.
I appreciate that.
So she just wanted to, she wanted to let everybody know she was up for speaking again. I know it. I had to at least give her the opportunity. She did try. She's
Well,
from
that's all
Texas.
right.
So.
Mr. Baker can make comment to that in his notes.
Yes, sir.
All right. David?
No, we gotta close it. Did you close it?
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
It's been closed? Okay, I make a motion that we follow the staff recommendation to deny this conditional use permit application.
I second.
Excuse me, can I add some context to your motion if you
Please
mind?
do.
It's my understanding, I just want to put these findings together as part of your motion, and if you would incorporate it at the appropriate time, if that's appropriate.
And I have some too, Mark, for you right here.
Okay. This matter having come before the Mayor and Board of Aldermen of the City of Brandon, Mississippi, the Board on March 16, 2026, during a regular board meeting of the Board, upon consideration of the application for a conditional use permit submitted by Black Mountain Energy Storage 2 LLC applicant, case number 26002, seeking approval for a standalone battery energy storage system known as BESS, B-E-S-S, facility as a quasi-public utility service on parcels J9320 and J930 located on Trickenbridge Road in the city of Brandon, Rankin County, Mississippi, Zone T&D, Traditional Neighborhood District. The matter was presented to the Planning Commission on February 23, 2026. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 members absent to recommend approval in accordance with the original staff report recommendation. Thereafter, upon further review and analysis, the Community Development Director prepared a revised staff report recommending denial of the application based on compatibility concerns and the status of pending amendments to the city's zoning ordinance. Notice of the public hearing was published in the Rankin County News on February 25, 2026. Adjacent property owners were notified by mail on February 25, 2026, and the subject property was posted on February 24 and 25, 2026. The public hearing was held on March 16, 2026, in accordance with Section 9.7.4 of the Brandon zoning ordinance. The board has considered the application materials, the original and revised staff reports, the Planning Commission recommendation, public comments received during the notice period, and at the public hearing, applicants submitted supporting materials including narrative, FAQ responses, a preliminary screening plan, a conceptual layout, a water report, and a tax model, and all other matters properly presented to the board. Now, therefore, upon consideration of the application, all documents and materials submitted in support thereof or in opposition thereto, the comments presented at the public hearing conducted on March 16, 2026, and all other items properly before the board, all of which are incorporated herein by reference, and after careful deliberation, the board hereby makes the following findings. 1, subject property consists of property located on Trickenbridge Road in Rankin County, Mississippi, comprising approximately 49 acres on the west side of Trickenbridge Road between Page McDill and Grants Ferry Parkway. The property is located within the T&D Traditional Neighborhood District zoning classification. The applicant, Black Mountain Energy Storage 2 LLC, seeks approval of a conditional use permit to operate a standalone battery energy storage system facility as a quasi-public utility service facility. The facility as proposed would consist of enclosed climate-controlled battery containers utilizing lithium-ion phosphate battery modules, would operate as an unmanned facility with periodic maintenance visit, and would interconnect directly with the adjacent substation located to the west of the site. Section 9.7.2 the Brandon zoning ordinance provides that the Mayor and Board of Aldermen shall not grant a conditional use unless satisfactory provision and arrangement has been made concerning the elements therein, A through H. The applicant bears the burden of proving by preponderance of the evidence that all conditions required for a conditional use permit are satisfied at the time of the hearing. The board's decision is entitled to the presumption of validity. An applicant may not satisfy its burden by obtaining conceptual approval and then filling in material deficiencies through post-approval conditions. That case is Beasley versus Neely, 911 Southern 2nd, 603. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 on February 23, 2026 to recommend approval in accordance with the original staff report recommendation. That recommendation is advisory only and is not binding upon the board. The board is the decision-making authority under 9.7.1 of the zoning ordinance, and the weight to be given the Planning Commission recommendation is a matter within the board's discretion. The original staff report recommended approval subject to 9 enumerated conditions. Upon further review, the Community Development Director revised his recommendation to denial based on compatibility concerns and the status of pending
zoning ordinance amendments. The board gives weight to the revised staff recommendation. For the reasons set forth in findings 7 and 8 below, the board also finds that the original 9 conditions as considered as a whole affirmatively demonstrate the insufficiency of the record rather than a basis for approval. Each of the 9 conditions in the original staff recommendation identified a material issue that was unresolved at the time of the hearing and bears directly on one or more of the criteria the board is required to find satisfied under 9.7.2. Before a conditional use permit may be granted, the board addresses each condition in turn. Condition 1, limited approval to the use substantially in accordance with the application materials and preliminary screening plan. The qualifying phrase, quote, substantially in accordance, unquote, acknowledges that the submission was preliminary and conceptual in nature. The preliminary screening plan is not an engineered site plan, does not establish with specificity how the facility will be laid out, dimensioned, or configured on the subject property. Approval of a conceptual submission, quote, substantially, end quote, conforming to unfinalized plans does not satisfy the board's obligation to find that satisfactory provision and arrangement has been made under section 9.7.2. Condition 2, required submission and city engineer approval and final civil grading, drainage, erosion control, utility, and construction plans before the issuance of any building or development permits. No such plans have been submitted. The subject property contains an identified 16-acre FEMA floodplain, a delineated stream, wetlands, and a proposed detention pond. Whether the facility as proposed can be engineered to function on the site consistent with all applicable constraints has not been demonstrated. These unresolved engineering questions bear directly on ingress, egress under 9.7.2a, utilities under 9.7.2d, required yards and open space under 9.7.2f, and general compatibility under 9.7.2g. Condition 3, required final plans demonstrating compliance with applicable fire access, water supply, fire hydrant placement, and emergency response requirements, including any site-specific requirements imposed by the fire department or other applicable authority. Members of the Brandon Fire Department attended a presentation made by the applicant regarding the proposed BEST facility. The board notes, however, that no facility presently exists on the location that could be independently inspected, toured, or evaluated. What occurred was an applicant-sponsored informational presentation about what the proposed facility is described as being, not an independent review of an existing or constructed installation. The Brandon Fire Department has not conducted any independent fire code review of the proposed facility, has not reviewed final plans for fire access, water supply, or hydrant placement for the site, and has not issued any determination, approval, or assessment regarding the fire safety design of the proposed use. An applicant's presentation about a proposed facility is not a substitute for independent fire code review, particularly for a large-scale unmanned battery energy storage facility storing lithium iron phosphate modules, a use that the applicant's own materials acknowledges presents a fire risk, including potential thermal runaway. The absence of any independent fire code review and the approval of the proposed facility remains a fundamental gap in the record. Fire access and emergency response adequacy is directly required under Section 9.7.2a, which calls for satisfactory provision regarding ingress, egress in case of fire or catastrophe. Condition 4, require the operator to submit prior to operation site-specific emergency response, hazard mitigation, and operational safety documentation as required by the adopted fire code. The applicant's own FAQ materials expressly state that the emergency response and hazard mitigation plans are site-specific and are not prepared until just prior to construction. That documentation does not exist for this facility, has never been reviewed by the City of Brandon Fire Department, and was not before the board at the time of this hearing. Significantly, the applicant's attendance at a presentation about the proposed facility does not change this conclusion. The fire department was presented with general information about the technology and the applicant's description of the proposed use, not with site-specific emergency response hazard mitigation plans, because those plans do not yet exist. The absence of the facility itself and of the site-specific documentation that can only be developed in connection with an actual engineered project is a consequence of the premature and conceptual nature of the application. The board cannot find that satisfactory provision has been made for emergency access and public safety under Section 9.7.2a in the absence of any site-specific emergency response or hazard mitigation plan, and the fact that the fire department was exposed to applicant's presentation about the proposed project does not constitute the independent site-specific fire safety review that this type of facility requires. Condition 5, required screening and fencing to be installed substantially in accordance with the submitted screening plan unless modified during the final plan review with city approval. The board finds that the preliminary screening plan is inadequate on its face, independent of, and in addition to the fact that it remains subject to modification. Deficiencies are substantive and multiple. First, the proposed primary screening structure is an 8-foot black chain link fence with screening slats. This is an industrial security perimeter treatment. It is not a neighborhood compatible screen, and it is not adequate buffering for the for the industrial character of the facility in a T&D district. The character of the structure itself is incompatible with the district regardless of its height. Second, the applicant's principal screening argument rests on existing vegetation between Trickenbridge Road and the facility. That vegetation is not a committed screening element. No arborist report, canopy analysis, or density assessment was submitted to establish that the existing tree cover is sufficient in extent, height, or density to screen the facility. The existing trees are simply noted on a preliminary plan as proposed to be preserved, which is not a screening commitment and is subject to disturbance qualifications in condition 6 to be read below. Third, the plan provides no specific screening treatment for the southern boundary facing the nearest identified residential neighbor, relying solely on distance. No landscape plan, planning schedule, or supplemental vegetation commitment was submitted for that boundary. Fourth, the plan provides no specific screening treatment for the railroad boundary to the west, where the facility would present its full industrial character at a distance of approximately 195 feet. Fifth, the 5-acre area reserved for future commercial use along Trickenbridge Road frontage is not part of this application, provides no committed screening. The applicant cannot rely on a future unspecified commercial development as a buffer. 6, no landscape plan or planning schedule of any kind was submitted as part of this application. The record contains no commitment to the supplemental planning or no specification of plant materials, and no design demonstrating how screening adequate for a T&D district would be achieved. The absence of a specific landscape plan is itself a failure to satisfy 9.7.2 each, which requires satisfaction with this provision. Taken together, the preliminary screening plan does not demonstrate the satisfactory screening and buffering and has been or can be achieved for this use in the district. Condition 6, required preservation of existing tree areas is a reaffirmation of condition 5. And in this regard, the applicant specifically represented that existing vegetation provides adequate screening to site. That's been previously addressed. It was noted as contingent and not established. Condition 7 was required that the development avoid conflicts with recorded easements. The delineated stream, mapped floodplain constraints, and other site limitations shown on the submitted plans, with all such constraints to be reflected on final documents. The conceptual layout depicts a FEMA floodplain, approximately 16 acres, a delineated stream traversing the site, and wetland areas. Whether and how the proposed facility, including battery storage area, internal roads, detention, infrastructure, and electrical interconnection, can be cited to avoid these constraints has not been engineered or provided. Condition 8, this subjected the facility to all other applicable city code requirements, required approvals from outside agency. This catch-all condition acknowledged that the full scope of regulatory requirements applicable with this facility had not been identified, much less addressed. Given the characteristic of the subject property, the proposed use of large-scale unmanned battery facility adjacent to a railroad near an electrical substation within a FEMA floodplain and in proximity to residential areas, outside agency review and approvals may be required from entities including but not limited to FEMA, the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality, the railroad, and Entergy Mississippi. No information has been provided in this regard. Condition 9, in the report, required the city review approval of any material change to the approved use or site layout that may alter external impacts. This condition would be necessary if the board anticipated that material changes to the use or layout were likely following approval. However, material information relative to the proposed use and accordingly what would be material relative to the completed project has not been provided. This condition cannot be met. Considered individually and collectively, the 9 conditions in the original staff recommendation do not support a finding that the application was approvable. To the contrary, they reveal a systematic pattern in which the applicant submitted a conceptual package to initiate the conditional use process while deferring resolution of material questions, including fire code compliance, site engineering, emergency management, outside agency approvals, and definite screening commitments to post-approval stages. Under Mississippi law, the burden is on the applicant to prove that at the time of the hearing, all conditions required for the conditional use permit are satisfied. That burden cannot be discharged by obtaining approval in principle and resolving fundamental deficiencies through conditions after the fact. The board finds that the applicant's submission, however well organized and professionally presented, was premature, and that the record before the board at the time of the hearing was insufficient to support a finding of that the requirements of 9.7.2 have been met. With respect to fire safety specifically, the board notes that premature nature of this application is itself the reason meaningful independent fire code review could not occur. The proposed facility, while it doesn't exist, the site-specific documentation also does not exist. The subject property is zoned T&D. The T&D district is intended to support and protect traditional neighborhood development patterns, including residential uses. A large-scale industrial battery facility is not consistent therewith. The board finds that the proposed facility is not generally compatible with the adjacent properties and the other property in the T&D district as required by 9.7.2. And in that the facility would introduce large-scale industrial character use encompassing the area described in the district as contemplated for neighborhood-compatible district, which is incompatible. The board further finds that adequate provision and arrangement satisfactory to the board has not been demonstrated with respect to general compatibility requirement under 9.7.2G. Talked about the screening and the buffering, and they relate to the specific district and the character and the screening plan as derived, and further finding that the city is actively engaged in the process of amending the provisions of its zoning ordinance. Work sessions have been held and draft amendments have been prepared and reviewed by the board. Under the amendments being considered, a quasi-public utility use of the type proposed by the applicant would not be an identified conditional use in a T&D district. While the pending amendments have not been formally adopted, the existence of this legislative process, including the drafts and work sessions, is a factor that the board may properly consider under 9.7.2H as a provision deemed applicable by the board. The board finds that the granting of the conditional use permit at this juncture, while the city is actively deliberating amendments to its zoning ordinance that would clarify and restrict the types of conditional uses permitted in a T&D district, would be contrary to the public interest and the orderly administration of the city's zoning regulations. Approval under such circumstances could create a vested right inconsistent with the legislative direction the board has been actively pursuing. The tax model submitted by the applicant projecting ad valorem taxes is noted as informational only. Economic benefit to the city does not override the land use compatibility findings required under the zoning ordinance, and the board does not treat the projected tax payments as a basis for approval or as a condition of the decision. The applicant submitted a water quality report from the SDG&E battery fire in California, and the FAQ materials are noted for the record. The board does not find that these materials, which are not site-specific to Brandon and were not prepared in connection with this project, constitute conclusive proof that all fire safety, runoff plume, and emergency response concerns for this specific site have been fully resolved. These materials illustrate the nature of the technology, but do not substitute for site-specific, code-specific engineering, geologic, and emergency management review that has not occurred. I'm getting there. The board finds that the applicant has not demonstrated by a preponderance of the evidence that all conditions required for the granting have been met. The entire purpose and viability of the BEST facility depends on its ability to interconnect with the existing electrical substation located to the west of the site. The applicant's own narrative states that the system, quote, will interconnect directly to the neighboring substation, end quote, to charge and discharge electricity to and from the grid. The conceptual layout depicts a proposed overhead line extending from the project area to the existing substation, a distance of approximately 1,387 feet. That substation is owned and operated by Energy Mississippi, formerly Mississippi Power and Light. Despite the fact that the proposed interconnection is the fundamental predicate for the entire project, without which the facility cannot function as described, the applicant has submitted no evidence that Energy Mississippi or any other entity has agreed to receive electricity from the proposed facility, has approved or consented to the proposed interconnection, has entered into any interconnection agreement or study, or has engaged in any substantive communication with the applicant regarding this application. No letter of intent, memorandum of understanding, interconnection agreement, feasibility study, or other documentation from Energy, Mississippi, or any other applicable authority was submitted or made available to the board. The board finds that the absence of any demonstrated agreement or even substantive engagement with the entity that owns and controls the substation to which the facility must connect renders the application fundamentally speculative. A conditional use permit cannot be granted for a facility whose basic operational premise, grid interconnection through a third-party substation, has not been shown to be achievable. This deficiency is independent of and in addition to the grounds for denial and further demonstrates the premature and incomplete nature of the application. And based on that, you make the orders to adopt the motion to deny the conditional use that they have not made it, and you incorporate all of those matters into your findings and conclusions. Would that be the nature of the order that you're presenting as part of your motion?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Coker has something he'd like to say. All right, I've already got a second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question for Mark, or request rather. You spoke rather fast, so if you could read that again a little bit slower.
So, an order of the mayor. What?
Audience, thank you for your patience. You do understand that this is the legalese that protects us as residents, right? I mean, every bit of that is necessary. You don't know what's going to come at you at some point in time, and our job is to protect everybody. So I'd like to offer two more pieces, not in a dissertation or anything like that, but I've got 41 contacts here, emails. I didn't put text and phone calls in here. I'd like to make that part of the record. Some of your names are in this list. I'd also like to report that I contacted Cooperative Energy. For those of you from in that world, Cooperative Energy owns the transmission lines. Energy owns the substation. Cooperative Energy has about 18% of the nuclear plant, and they give power, sell power to everybody. So this transmission line is coming around Brandon, is actually tying into the one down on Highway 18 and following to Southern Pine, and then it's coming all the way up to the railroad and coming over to there. So I contacted Cooperative Energy today. They had no knowledge in their office either, Mark. So that's another one. So energy and Cooperative Energy. So audience is very important. Thank you very much for your patience. So we have, board, is there any one of you that'd like to make a comment other than voting? David? All right, so we got a motion by Mr. David Ferris, a second by Ms. Sharon Womack to deny based on the facts that Mr. Baker read, the dissertation. So without any further comment, can I get a vote to deny? I'm looking for a vote. Who's in favor to deny? Pardon? Yes, I already have that. Now I need a vote. Who's? Aye. All right. Any opposed? All right. So 7-0 to deny the request. Okay. All right. Now we're going to open those. Miss Janet, good to see you here. Thank you, David. Always good to see friends. Becky, I'm surprised you're not sitting with your mama. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Jerry, thank you for coming. Mr. Jack, Miss Tommy Lou, sister girl, please, y'all. We're going to give you a chance to get out of here. Now, I got to be honest with you, folks. So you like watching sausage being made? Now we're fixing to get on with the rest of it. So some of you may want to sit down and watch the rest of this. Okay?
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Baker, does Mary Ann need to keep those for records? Does that need to go in the file, or does that need to go?
Mary Ann, this is more stuff for the minute, for the public. Alan, can you get these in there? Somebody? Thank you, guys.
All right. Which one you want to drive to now, Joey? All right, let's go.
Mr. John Christian, we're going to do yours next, sir. If he's still in there. There he is.
Hang on just a minute, Joey. We'll start at number 1 and go. Yeah, I got board members that want to just let's knock them out one. Now, let's let the room get set. If y'all would get set, please. And I'm okay with opening that door and leaving that door open. Okay. All right, Joey, we're starting with number 1 under the community development. Go ahead, Joey.
May I take 1 through 8 together, or we want to do these individually?
Please do.
Which one, Mayor? That was a
1 through 8.
There we go. Thank you. Just making sure. Number 1, consideration to receive and file the Planning Commission minutes dated February 23rd, 2026. Number 2, consideration to receive and file the minutes of the Historic Preservation Commission meetings held on March 5th and March 10th, 2026. Number 3, consideration to approve the regular meeting schedule of the Brandon Historic Preservation Commission on the second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m. in the boardroom at Brandon City Hall. Number 4, consideration to acknowledge the resignations of Mr. Mike Powell and Mr. Mark Hardy from the Brandon Historic Preservation Commission, and authorize publication of notice and initiate the recruitment and appointment process to fill the commission vacancies in accordance with the city ordinance and applicable certified local government procedures. Number 5, consideration to approve attendance at the Mississippi Department of Archives and History Preservation Boot Camp. This will be held April 22nd through the 23rd, 2026 in Jackson, Mississippi for Joey Barnett, Jennifer Lay of Brandon Main Street, and Lindsay Freeman of the Brandon Historic Preservation Commission. Number 6, consideration to approve a comprehensive sign plan. This is case number 26013 for Huntington Bank, located at 120 Service Drive, in accordance with the staff report. Number 7, consideration to approve a comprehensive sign plan, case number 26015 for Texaco, located at 3271 Highway 18, in accordance with that staff report. And number 8, consideration to set a public hearing for April 6th, 2026 on the proposed adoption of a comprehensive zoning ordinance text and official zoning map for the city of Brandon, Mississippi.
Thank you, Joey. Board 1 through 8. Is there a motion to approve those 8 items?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Jerry Crane. Second by Sharon Womack. Any discussion of those? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Thank you, Board.
All right, we already did number 9, so go on to number 10, please.
Yes, sir. Go on to number 10.
Request to open a public hearing and consideration of recommendation to the Mayor and Board of Aldermen regarding, excuse me, is that in order? Yeah, it is. Regarding a dimensional variance request and development review for case number 25030 and 26008, which is the Summit project.
Okay.
And Byron's here, Byron Bulkholter.
Okay.
Which he is.
Let me handle it.
Got it, Mark. Sorry.
Move around, okay?
Sorry, man. Try to give you a break from earlier.
No, we're good. Can you advise the board as to whether all the prerequisites of the public hearing have been met?
Yes, sir, they have.
Was the matter presented to the Planning Commission?
It was, yes, sir.
What was the recommendation of the Planning Commission?
It was, recommendation was approval 4-0, in accordance with the staff recommendation.
All right. And was there a staff report prepared in this matter?
There was, yes, sir.
Are you asking that the staff report, together with documents and things with regard to the public hearing, with regard to the matter before the Planning Commission, be appended to the minutes?
Yes.
You said in accordance with the recommendation of the staff. I didn't see a recommendation of staff on this.
Say that again? Yeah, that's a recommendation to approve. Is it not on that report? It's usually the last section, Mark. Let me pull it out.
I saw it on the front. Was there a... Okay. All right, we'll get to that in just a second. I'm sorry.
I got it. I got it right here. Staff recommends approval of the requested dimensional variance for case number 26008. the Summit project as presented, and approval.
I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. I'm on the wrong one, Joey. I apologize.
That's okay. I just
and
wanted to prove it.
And the nature of the
Write that
application
down.
before the board is what?
Say it again.
Nature of the application is what?
The applicant requests consideration of dimensional variance from the maximum building height standard, which is 40 feet, and it varies up to 46 feet, a little bit above. And also, this project is concurrent. No, we're just doing the public hearing right now, right? Not the development review. Okay. As it relates to the dimensional variance, this is required due to the developer agreeing to what's a good word to say? Let's say beef up their architectural look for us, going from a 412 to a 512 pitch to make it look better. And when they did so, per our recommendation, it put them over that threshold of 40 foot.
Okay.
So
this public hearing doesn't have anything to do with the development review. That's a separate standalone action.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all you're asking the board to consider today in this public hearing, or all that they're being asked to consider in this public hearing, is a height issue.
The public hearing is for the height issue.
Okay.
But the motion, okay.
No, two different actions if the board considers it. One would be to consider what to do with the dimensional variance, and the other would be with regard to the development review.
That is correct. Yes, sir, Mark.
Okay. All right. Okay. Those in favor of or in opposition to the application, we're going to be asked to come forward and speak. Is there anyone here who desires to speak in favor of the application?
Hey, good evening. I'm Byron Burkhalter with Park Development Group. We're out of Madison, Mississippi. I came and presented to the board back in October for this project. So I think all of you are probably aware of that presentation, and we've continued moving along, and we've submitted all our building plans to the city for building permits, and excited about this project. Happy to answer any more questions that y'all have.
Okay. I'm sure they may in a minute. What's the deal with the height? Just describe what's going on there.
So the maximum height was 40 feet in the zoning ordinance. So when we submitted our plans, we had 4/12 roofs. We got comments back and feedback from the Architectural Design Committee to increase it to 5/12 roofs, which is a little bit more architectural appealing. So that took us above that 40-foot threshold.
Okay. If the board has any questions of you after this, they'll ask you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anyone else here who desires to speak in favor of the application?
Nathan Witt, representing Ergon. We've been working with Byron and Park for several years on this project. It's an important part of the overall development at Orleans Center, supporting the recent grocery store and the Home Depot, and want to be here to express our support for the project.
Okay. Is there anyone else here who desires to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone here who desires to speak in opposition to the application? I know there was some discussion about continuing the public hearing on this, but this public hearing is really as to that one particular issue, and the development review is a separate item that doesn't require that. Is there a desire to continue the public hearing, or would you like to?
No, I'm fine with variance.
Okay.
It's just that we got
That other aspect of it.
297 pages at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon.
Right. Okay. If there's nothing else, Mr. Mayor, that's the public hearing.
All right, public hearing's closed. You've heard about it. It's a singular item that we're asking for variance on. Is there? All right, Mr. Coker's got a question.
So when I'm looking at this, the elevation, you said it was 512 and it's showing 812 pitch on here. Is that right, Joey?
You said it's showing an 812 pitch?
That's what it looks like to me. Not that it matters. I'm good with elevation. I'm just curious when you said 512. That's not a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, it went from 412 to 512. That's what it. Well, hold on. I knew there'd be a question. Hold on, Mr. Lou.
Well, you want to look at this?
All right.
Yeah.
Might be easier. Or maybe that 812 is for something else, but that's the way I read it.
So that's just the little gable,
Gable part.
Yes, sir. So this right here.
On that. So where's the
This
roof
is the
part?
512. So these aren't this isn't the reason that.
That's on the gable end.
Yes, sir. These are the gables. And so this little hip roof here.
Yep.
And so this 512, this used to be 412. 512 is what put it over off.
Up the top.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
That's why that would brought. Yeah, there are 812.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, answer your question. Any further question? Is that a motion to approve
Motion to approve.
the variance request? All right, motion to approve by Mr. Lou Coker. Wait, hang on just a second.
Well, there's some additional review necessary by the board because it was such a large, so they're just going to take the dimensional variance today, correct? That's the motion?
Correct.
Singularly, yeah. We'll address development review after.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mr. Lou Coker, second Mr. Jerry Crane. Any further discussion on that item? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. No, wait. All right, number 11.
Request to open a public hearing in consideration regarding a conditional use permit application. This is case number 26001, submitted by Mr. John Christian to allow a retail package store, aka liquor store, first floor only at 346 Crossgates Boulevard.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Director, can you advise the board as to whether all the prerequisites of the public hearing have been met?
Yes, sir, they have.
And was the matter presented to the Planning Commission?
It was, yes, sir.
And did the staff prepare a report in this matter?
Yes, sir.
What was the recommendation of staff?
For the staff,
No recommendation?
no recommendation on this one.
Okay. And during the time that the public hearing has been pending, have you received any comments with regard to the application?
Verbal ones, more informational.
Okay. And where is this exactly located?
346 Crossgates Boulevard. It's got like a brown facade, brownish facade, right off of Crossgate Boulevard, right across the street from Kroger, close to that.
Just for some historical perspective, this was formerly a medical professional office, correct?
That's my understanding, and then belonged to a church after. Yep.
But they didn't use it for anything?
They did not.
Okay.
Not from my understanding.
So the last known use in it was a professional medical office, correct?
To my knowledge, yes,
and
sir.
it's adjacent to the hospital, right?
That is correct.
Did you receive any communication from the county with regard to concerns of the application?
I have not. No, sir. My staff has not.
Okay. Have you done any traffic examinations with regard to the level of traffic increase on Crossgates Boulevard in relation to the application?
There has been no traffic study that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. At this time, those in favor of or in opposition to the application are welcome to come forward and speak. First, those in favor of the application. Is there anyone here who desires to speak in favor of the application?
Good evening.
Board. I appreciate you having me here. My name is John Christian. I submitted the application, and I'm also the owner of the building. So we purchased the building back in December, and we're submitting a conditional use permit to build a liquor store on the first floor of this building. It's approximately 4,800 square feet, and I have a partner as well. Unfortunately, he can't be here. He's stuck in North Carolina because of the weather and flights. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. They may have some questions for you afterwards. You're just going to kind of write on the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We'll get through to it, and I'm sure they'll have some questions for you. Is there anyone else here who desires to speak in favor of the application other than Mr. Christian? Is Is there anyone here who desires to speak in opposition to the application?
My name is Kirk Stewart. I represent Greenfield Wine and Spirits on corner of Greenfield and 18. My main concern is just, hey, we've got 3 already. I mean, do we need a 4th in a 3-mile radius from Bulldog to 042 to my store? This would impact more traffic, as discussed. It would also be it would take a notch out of my business. That's my main concern, but also feeling like, do we really need 4 stores in a 3-mile radius?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not technically speaking at the public hearing, but I do want to advise the board that I received communication from the county's attorney recently, just right before the board meeting, and raised direct concerns about the location of a liquor store in close proximity to the hospital. Was advised that they are actively seeking a new quality hospital tenant for that space, and have concerns in that regard with regard to that. I'm just relaying that to you because there were other county meetings going on and it came in late for me. So, is there anyone else here who desires to speak with regard to the matter pending before the board, the application? Seeing none, Mayor, I ask the public hearing be closed, and of course ask whatever questions they want.
Thank you. Hearing's closed. So, Chris, for first, you had a question?
You said the building was like 4,800 square feet or something like?
The total square footage of the building is 9,600 square feet.
96.
The first floor is 4,800 square feet, and so is the second floor.
Okay.
So it's zoned CC, so it would be, this would fit within the requirements of a CC zone. It's located right near an anchor store of Kroger and Walgreens, and so it's positioned perfectly for what the zone calls for.
And do you plan on using the entire first floor?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Done? Chris? Done? Sharon, you had something?
Yeah, my blonde is coming out, I guess. What is Galloway Memorial?
Sure. So
They used to own it.
Correct. So the history of the building, about 7 years
Okay.
ago, the doctor who owned the building passed away, and he
Okay.
donated the building to his church.
Okay.
And they maintained it for about 5 or so years. And then Watkins Construction, the Deere family purchased it. They renovated the exterior of the building to the way it looks currently today. And then we purchased it in December from them.
Okay. Because I was trying to figure out, because this plat, it's got Galloway all over it. It doesn't have y'all's name.
Correct.
So I couldn't, I was having some trouble with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about parking? How, are we okay on parking, or?
Parking, as far as it relates to that, the proposed uses, they do exceed what the minimum requirements are.
Okay. What about a delivery truck? Is there room for them to come in and deliver in the back, or?
There is room. I voiced some concern about how tight it was, but the required loading area, they do have one designated for it that does not conflict with the required parking. That's important to note. The only concern I have is how will they be able to turn around, and without blocking up.
Okay, and have we looked?
You're saying the trucks will go straight in, that dead ends?
Correct.
And they'll have to back out?
No, sir. The truck would pull into our parking lot and make a left, and then back over to the loading dock. So they would not have to back out into Crossgates Boulevard at all. There's 2 exits to that parking lot. There's one actually on Crossgates Boulevard. The second one actually connects with the Merritt Hospital or the Merritt parking lot. So there isn't, just one egress to the property. But there's plenty of room there for them to navigate to the left, turning north, and then backing south, and then turning east towards the back end of the building.
So if there was a fire or something in the back, how would they have access?
The back of the building? Yes, there's another parking lot behind the building that doesn't belong to us, but there is access to the back of the building.
Who does that belong to?
I'm not sure. I think it's maybe
Okay.
part of the hospital.
Have you talked to them about, could y'all have access to that if needed, or?
We have not spoken with them. I don't see that we have any reason to really need that parking lot. As Joey mentioned, we have plenty of parking in our building.
I think she just meant more from an emergency standpoint.
Oh,
and
sure.
having the ability to utilize it.
If you think that would be wise, we wouldn't mind doing that at all.
Anyone else have questions?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Baker.
Have you measured the part? Because I went out there and looked at it. What he's saying, I don't know is actually, I mean, it could be correct. I don't drive 18-wheelers or pup trucks, but I don't see how you can turn in off of Cross Gates Boulevard, come in a left, because it goes around like this. Now, you can't come back out that way. It looks like.
Yeah, the radiuses are a little tight, but I think there was proposed site plan renovations out there too, as far as the curb radiuses. However, to your point, it's not for sure until we see that exact design. We have some hand-drawn ones, but to your point, it's can't be confirmed without a seal, right?
Yeah, we proposed taking out, there was like a little peninsula median there, right straight ahead as you come in off Cross Gates Boulevard to allow for easier turning radius there for the trucks. Normally those trucks are box trucks. There's not going to be an 18-wheeler.
I did recommend a site plan, an official site plan submitted, but they requested to see if this was possible before they spent the money in doing so.
Okay. That same issue was raised with regard to the last applicant
That
that
is
wanted a
correct.
conceptual application before the board?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. Any further questions of John? All right.
I don't have a question. I mean, it just doesn't seem to fit, Joey. To me, it's not compatible with already what's there. We've put them in strip places before. We don't have a freestanding one anywhere. We don't have any idea what you're going to put on the top. None of that's been submitted. I just don't see it working.
May I respond?
Sure.
Yeah, so the second floor is actually going to be a mixture of so we have a salon studio business as well. We have one location in Pearl. We're looking at putting a second location on the second floor since it has a completely separate entrance from the first floor. So on the north side of the building, the second floor has direct access to the second floor. There's no way to get to the first floor from inside the building. So there'll be two completely separate closed-off spaces. The liquor store would operate out of the first floor using the main atrium that points south. The salon studio would operate using the north entrance on the second floor and operate a completely separate business. So, and I would operate that as well. So I will be there pretty much every day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further comment?
This is a big question for, I guess, for you, Butch, Mayor. It's already been brought out by someone in opposition regarding concentration. Has prior boards ever discussed some kind of metric of how many you have based on population or some kind of space in here, concentration?
There was conversation early on when Matt Dodd was here. He spent a lot of time on that, and I believe Mr. Baker, when he got a hold to it, kind of submarined it. It wasn't, I guess, constitutionally correct in evaluating properties like that across the city. I don't know any proper way to say that, Mark.
Well, actually, it was just the board declined to put a locational restriction in. I mean, it just wasn't done. I mean, it was figured the concept was put it as a conditional use and look at it as they came.
So that you know, it was when
I hope we'll consider that in the future, taking a look at it.
So when the ordinance was passed, it was passed with a condition. Everyone is conditional use, meaning whoever comes has got to come before the board and ask for it. And we've denied, I lose track of either 3 or 4, and we've approved 3, I think. So that's kind of the yardstick we're going by here.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, all right. So Chris?
I know it's zone CC, and it's conditional use there. You are surrounded by the hospital property. I don't think it's a good fit.
Yeah, I mean, it would be convenient to have one close to Kroger, and that would be the closest one to the shopping center. Most people want to go get their groceries, and if they choose to purchase some kind of, visit a liquor store, that would be the closest one to Kroger. the, Zone CC, it falls within those requirements. Only the north side of that building is medical. The south side is an insurance company. The entrance to the liquor store will be on the south side of the building. So from the medical, from the hospital, you wouldn't have much visibility to the access to the package store. The north side is the hospital. The parking lot to the east side of the building is a blank parking lot. There's nothing there. Right, which you still would not see because there's trees. There's a barrier there from that parking lot to my building, so you still wouldn't see the front of the store.
All right. First, thank you for sitting through this, but thank you for sitting through that other marathon too.
No problem.
All right, so is there a motion to do something here?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Mr. Coker, in relation to that motion, were you asking for certain findings of fact with regard to an order denying that?
Yes.
The matter having come before the Mayor and Board of Aldermen of the City of Brandon on March 16, 2026, during the regular board meeting of the board, upon consideration of the application for a conditional use permit submitted by John Christian, case number 26-001, seeking approval to operate a retail store, package store on the first floor of the building located at 346 Crossgate Boulevard, parcel H9A50, zone CC, community commercial, be known as Crossgates Wine and Spirits. The matter was presented to Planning Commission on February 23rd, 2026. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 members absent to recommend approval, subject to a contingency that there be no outside consumption. Notice of public hearing was published in the Rankin County News on February 25th, 2026. Adjacent property owners were notified by certified mail. Subject property was posted on the 24th and 25th, and a public hearing was held on March 16th. The board considered the application materials, a staff report, the Planning Commission recommendation, public comments, and testimony received during the notice period and at the public hearing on March 16th, and all other matters properly before the board. Based on that, upon consideration of all documents and materials submitted in support thereof or in opposition thereto, the testimony and comments presented at the public hearing conducted, and all other items properly before the board, all of which are incorporated here by reference, after careful consideration, the board makes the following findings. Board finds that the property is located at 346 Crossgates Boulevard. The applicant seeks a conditional use permit to operate a package store. The building is a freestanding multi-story commercial building situated on its own parcel. The application is expressly limited to the first floor retail package store use only. No use of any other portion of the building is proposed, described, or committed as part of this application. The proposed use as applied for would operate as a sole occupant standalone retail package store for a period of time with no co-located retail service or other active commercial sharing the use of the building or site as proposed. Section 6-10.22 of the Brandon City Code provides that package stores shall only be permitted as conditional use in the city and the CC Community Center zoning district, subject to conditional use provisions specific to package stores and is generally provided in the city's zoning ordinance, such as other restrictions and requirements as otherwise provided. The use of conditional use classification reflects a deliberate legislative judgment that package stores are not an appropriate as of right anywhere in the city, and that each application must individually be evaluated on its specific merits, including the compatibility of the proposed use with the particular site and its surrounding commercial context. Section 9.7.2 of the zoning ordinance requires that the mayor and board shall not grant a conditional use unless satisfactory provision and arrangement has been made concerning the elements required therein. The applicant bears the burden of proving by preponderance of the evidence that all required conditions are satisfied. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 on February 23rd to recommend approval is subject to the condition as noted. That recommendation is advisory only and is not binding upon the board. The board is the decision-making authority under 9.7.1 of the zoning ordinance, and the weight to be given to the Planning Commission recommendation is a matter within the board's discretion. For the reasons below, the board finds that the approval is not warranted on the record before it. The board finds that the standalone present proposed sole occupant nature of the proposed package store as applied for is a material and significant consideration under 9.7.2 G and H of the zoning ordinance. The city has not previously approved a standalone freestanding building as a package store. That is, a package store occupying a freestanding building as its active tenant operating at the present without co-located retail service or other commercial uses on the same premises or otherwise. That consistent history of non-approval is not a categorical prohibition and does not automatically preclude approval of any future application, but it reflects a considered and repeated judgment by the board that a standalone or freestanding building configuration does not presents compatibility and character concerns that applications presented in that form have not overcome. The board gives significant weight to the history in assessing the present application and finds that the applicant has not presented facts or circumstances sufficient to distinguish this application from prior applications were not approved in a standalone or freestanding format. The community commercial district is intended to function as a hub of community-oriented retail and service activities supporting a diverse and complementary mix of uses that together serve varied consumer needs, generate beneficial cross-shopping patterns, and reinforce the active commercial character of that district. A package store embedded within a multi-tenant commercial building or a retail center operates as part of the broader mixed-use environment. Customers arrive at that site for a variety of purposes. The actual alcohol retail use is one element among many within the functioning commercial community. This use does not contribute to a mixed-use commercial environment as it stands apart from one as a freestanding building. The board finds that this distinction is directly material to the general compatibility analysis required under 9.7.2. The proposed use as configured is inconsistent with mixed-use commercial character in the CC district. The conditional use permit, if granted, would authorize the use as applied for. It would not compel, guarantee, or restrict future tenancy of other portions of the building, and any future tenancy of other floors would be subject to its own separate review and approval requirements. The board cannot grant a conditional use permit for a standalone package or freestanding package store in a standalone package store on the basis of speculative future occupancy of other portions of the building that is not part of the application, has not been committed to by any party, and carries no enforceable obligation to do so. Would be to approve a use configuration that is not before the board and the record doesn't support. The record reflects that the building at 346 Crossgate Boulevard has historically been used as a professional office building, including for physician offices. That prior use is significant in two respects. First, it demonstrates that the building is physically capable of accommodating uses that are compatible with the character of the surrounding CC district and the Crossgates corridor, uses that generate professional services traffic, serve the community in a manner consistent with the corridor's mixed-use commercial character, and do not present the public safety and nuisance and other compatibility concerns associated with the package store. The building's prior use as a professional office building is not a reason to approve the current application. It is evidence that denial does not foreclose productive and compatible use of the property. The transition from a professional service building to the proposed use represents a material change in the character and community impact of the use at this location. The prior physician office use did not generate single purpose or package store destination alcohol retail traffic, and did not create the concerns that are associated therewith, and was compatible with the surrounding commercial corridor in character and function, and the hospital as noted in the public hearing. The fact that the building is currently vacant between uses does not transform it into an appropriate location for a package store, nor does it require the board to approve a use that is otherwise incompatible with the district because the prior use is ended. The board finds that the building's history of compatible professional office use further supports its conclusion that the proposed use is not the appropriate use for the site, and other compatible uses remain available to the property owner. The standalone nature, the nature of the proposed use gives rise to public safety and other concerns, and more pronounced than those typically associated with package stores embedded within a multi-tenant commercial environment. This store is committed to generating 250 customer visits per day concentrated at this location, which creates conditions more conducive to the problems that you would not find in a multi-tenant setting, the varied patronage, the regular foot traffic, and active commercial presence. With regard to that, more so, there has been the The board finds that the character and intended use of the adjacent property to the rear of the subject property is material consideration under section 9.7.2G of the zoning ordinance, which requires satisfactory provision regarding general compatibility with adjacent properties. The property immediately to the rear of the subject parcel is owned by Rankin County and is improved with and operated as a hospital facility. The board is aware in its governmental capacity and as a matter of public record that Rankin County is actively engaged in efforts to attract a quality hospital tenant to that property as the current occupant's lease approaches expiration, with the express public purpose of substantially improving medical care available to residents of the city of Brandon and Rankin County. The intended and active use of the county-owned property as a medical campus, both in its current hospital operation and in the county's publicly pursued plans for an improved medical facility, is a known and specific use of an adjacent property that the board is required to weigh in evaluating the compatibility of the proposed use as a package store. In this regard, the package store is not compatible with an adjacent medical facility. Patients, visitors, medical staff, and institutional character of a hospital campus require an environment that supports the health, safety, and dignity of persons seeking and providing medical care. The concentration of 250 daily alcohol retail trips to the package store immediately adjacent to the hospital facility with the associated risks is directly inconsistent with the character and function of an active medical campus. This incompatibility is present with respect to the current hospital operation and is, if anything, more pronounced with respect to the county's active efforts to attract a higher quality medical facility at this location. The hospital adequacy also bears directly on the loading and service access deficiency addressed herein. The record contains no evidence of any legally secured access across the adjacent county-owned hospital property that would be required to approach the rear of the subject building by vehicle for delivery purposes. The county's ownership of that property as an active medical campus and its active pursuit of an improved medical facility at that location makes the prospect of securing a commercial delivery easement or access license across that property for the benefit of the package store a matter that cannot be assumed, presumed, or left unaddressed. The applicant has not presented evidence in this regard. The proposed use represents with an estimated 250 customer visits per day, each representing a discrete vehicle trip generated for this use concentrated at this place, creates a heightened burden on the site's parking and circulation and on the capacity of Crossgates Boulevard and surrounding properties to absorb the traffic. And in this regard, the record before the board does not demonstrate that satisfactory provision has been made with respect to ingress, egress, off-street parking, ADA accessible circulation, and in fact the impacts on Crossgates Boulevard from the use. The staff report expressly acknowledged that final parking count, striping, accessible space compliance, and any curb or circulation adjustment remain subject to the city review prior to final permitting and business opening. Again, and evidence that this application was in part conceptual. And the parking submission, the applicant's parking submissions are hand annotated aerial photographs, not an engineered site plan, and show differing space counts between submissions. No traffic study or analysis addressing the impact of 250 daily trips on traffic patterns, capacity, and operations along Crossgates Boulevard and adjacent properties and access points was submitted. The board cannot find that satisfactory provision has been made for ingress, egress, off-street parking, or broader traffic impact when the fundamental site layout has not been reviewed or approved by the city engineer. No engineered site plan has been submitted, and cumulative traffic impact of the proposed use on Crossgates Boulevard and surrounding properties has not been analyzed. The application appears silent on the subjects of delivery, vehicle access, on-site loading areas, and service arrangements, all of which are required under 9.7.2b. A retail package store receiving deliveries of alcoholic beverages is routinely serviced by licensed ABC distributor vehicles operating as tractor trailers or pup trucks. The record contains no adequate loading plan, no delivery management plan, no designated loading or service area sufficient or description of how such commercial delivery vehicles would access, maneuver on, and exit the site. The application materials that are in the record present relevant but apparently unaddressed physical conditions of the site necessary for evaluation in this respect. The site has a singular vehicle access point from Crossgates Boulevard with no through drive or on-site turning radius demonstrated for large commercial vehicles. The rear of the building contains back doors accessible on foot, but the record contains no evidence of any vehicular drive approach to the rear of the building from within the subject parcel, no evidence of any legally secured access across the adjacent county-owned hospital property that would be required to approach the rear of the building by vehicle, and no evidence that the physical conditions of the rear of the building, including grade changes and the absence of any drive approach, are compatible with commercial delivery options. There has been some discussion about upper floor tenancy, whether or not committed as part of a future application would not by itself resolve the loading and service access deficiency identified in the record. While there may be upper floor tenants that generate their own independent delivery and service requirements, which would be additive of those of the first floor package store, a future use application proposing this configuration would need to demonstrate how the loading and service requirements of all of the proposed uses are accommodated, not merely those on the ground floor retail use. The board makes no determination in this order as to whether those requirements could be satisfied in a future application. That is a question for the record of any such proceeding. The board's finding here is limited to the record before it. The present application does not address this, and the omission is not cured by the prospect of future tenancy that is itself not before the board. Based on these findings and the material information before you, the motion would be, and the order is, to deny the application. Is that correct, Alderman Coker? Okay. Yes.
You got a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Lou Coker, second by Mr. Harry Williams. Is there further discussion? Comment? Okay, all in favor to deny? All opposed, like sign? John?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, sir. Joey, number 12.
All right, consideration to open a public hearing in consideration of a conditional use permit and development review application, case number 26006, submitted by Airspace for a monopole telecommunications tower to be located on parcel H810-140 at the corner of Highway 18 and Greenfield Road. It's right behind the bumpers.
Can you advise the board can you advise the board as to whether all the prerequisites of the public hearing have been met?
Yes, sir, they have.
Was the matter presented to the Planning Commission?
It was.
How did the Planning Commission vote?
They recommended approval, sir.
Was a staff report prepared in this matter?
It was.
Are you asking that the staff report and the appendix thereto be appended to the minutes of this public hearing?
Yes, sir.
What was the recommendation of the of the staff?
The staff recommended approval contingent upon satisfaction of the city engineer.
Okay. Can you generally describe the nature of the application?
Airspace requested approval of a conditional use permit for a monopole telecommunication tower to be located at the corner of Highway 18 Greenfield. This received approval in the past, but due to timing and not receiving a permit in the allotted time of approval, and also the planned expansion of Highway 18 at that location, he had to relocate and therefore request a conditional use approval once more.
Okay. At this time, we'll hear from those in favor of or in opposition to the application. First, asking for those in favor. Is anyone here desire to speak in favor of the application?
Yeah, my name is Todd Jenkins. I'm a resident of Brandon. I live in the city limits of Brandon. I'll kind of give you all a little history on this site because we have two new aldermen here that weren't here back in 2023, but I came before the board back in September of 2023 to build a cell phone tower on Setco Holdings is the property owner, and this is where the gas station, there's a bumpers there, gas station, liquor store, matter of fact Greenfield Spirits is right there, Fresh Market, all is on this property. My original location was on the back side of the property, close to, I think it's Terrapin Skin Creek or something like that, but there's a creek right there. I was in the floodplain at the time, had gotten all of my approvals. My client put the site on hold for a few months. In the meantime, I got word, Sam Hawkins was the planning director at the time. He called me, basically said, we have a problem. We have a new proposed road coming through here. I call it Greenfield Extension. I don't know what the proper name is, but basically that road was going right through my tower site. There's a lot of obstructions or issues with this property. There's a major power line. Energy has, or maybe it's the co-op, I learned that tonight, but there's an energy power line that runs right through this property, right behind the gas station. There's floodplain issues. There's gas lines that run through this property. Long story short, I got with Mr. Setti, who is the property owner, to try to find an alternate location, and was told that he also was in the process of developing some of the property for a little strip mall and some additional parking. So all that to say, that limited me to a very small area that is right behind the bumpers. So I am now, and let me back up also. When the site, once we got a new site, I was told at first that, yeah, you're on the same property. It's just a matter of going through the, steps to get the building permit. And then Joey was hired, and he, I guess, corrected that to let me know that the conditional use had expired because it was over whatever it was.
12 months.
Yeah, 12 months old. So anyway, back to where I was going with this. But anyway, I am now sandwiched on the north side of the power line. I'm on the south side of bumpers. Their drive-through is like almost on my north lease line. There's a ground-mounted transformer on the west side of this little lease area, and there's a retention pond on the east side of the lease area. So it's not very big, it's not very pretty, but it's about all I have to deal with right there. After we moved the site to this location and got all of our survey done and drawings done and FAA studies and all that going, I found out that Mr. Setti had withdrawn his application to develop the strip mall and his parking, so some of my we're going to call it access route and all that stuff had to change because I was going to come through his parking lot to access the tower site. Well, that has now changed, but we are asking for a conditional use application or a conditional use permit approval to build a 180-foot monopole here. This is exactly the same style and height monopole that is across Greenfield Road behind the Jehovah's Witness Church. The reason I'm asking to build this tower is my client, the existing tower that's on the opposite side of Greenfield Road, it is structurally maxed out. It cannot handle any more equipment. They can't even get the height that they need on that tower because of all the antennas that are already on that tower. That tower has been structurally modified about 3 or 4 times now. And it was built a long time ago. Matter of fact, I did the site act on it years ago, and it wasn't designed to. It's maxed out is the short version of that. So, with that being said, I'm trying to build a 180-foot monopole. I can put up to. I'll design the monopole to hold 3 carriers because that's really all the space that I have in the compound for their ground equipment will be enough to satisfy for three different carriers to get on this tower. If that ever even, if there's 3 more that need to get on the tower. But as far as access goes, we're going to turn in off of Greenfield Road using the existing concrete drive that goes to Fresh Market. And then there's already I'm gonna call it an apron cut right there. I'll turn south and go, we're gonna develop a gravel road that'll come off the concrete apron right there. I'll go under the power line, heading south, then I'll head to the east following the power line, and then I crossed back up under the power line to get to the tower site. When I first was talking with Joey about, you know, this site and all the obstructions and all that goes along with it, at first I was asked to landscape the site, which I agreed to do. However, I can't landscape the site because the access road and the parking, the little turnaround area right there, that's inside Energy's right-of-way, and they will not allow me to plant any trees or bushes in their right-of-way. All they're going to do is spray it and kill it. So I was asked by Joey to, we're proposing a black vinyl cyclone fence with black slats. I've agreed to take the 3 strands of barbed wire off around the top of the fence. I was asked not to put a gate at the entrance of the access road. We've agreed to take that off. We also had some comments from the city engineer regarding hydrology, retention ponds, concerns. I don't even know. There were several things. My engineer reached out to Matt Miller last week. I think they spoke on Wednesday, and they addressed all the issues. All that has been resolved now. Mr. Miller is fine with after their conversation, he was fine. My engineer made all the comments and recommendations, and I submitted those back to Joey on Friday. So anyway, I'm here to answer any questions. I just want you guys to know that this site is being moved because of this proposed road that was coming right through the middle of where my tower site was. And also back in 2023, I did get unanimous approval by the Planning Commission and by the Mayor and Board of Aldermen for the tower site.
Thank you for that dissertation. You've done good.
Thank you.
You've done good. All right, so public hearing, anyone else to speak?
Anyone else desires to make any public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, I ask the public hearing be closed.
All right, public hearing's closed. Board, he did work through this, and I'm the one that called calf rope on this because it wasn't 2 months later, here comes Wagner Engineering in office, and they're working with the county to try to design an at-grade bridge, and all it just all got sideways. So I really admire you for sticking it out. We need that. Todd's also the one that led the charge to put the cell tower at the amphitheater. Appreciate that, and others. And I've got another project for him when he gets this one done. I got another one in the pipeline for him that we need him to do. So it's technology, we need it, and there you go. All right, so is there a motion to approve or disapprove? Motion approved by Mr. Harry Williams, second by Ms. Jerry Crane. Any further comment or question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you, Todd.
Hey, Mayor, just for clarity, that was for conditional use and development review concurrently, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 13.
Oh,
Lucky
another.
13, right?
I think you've taken 3 hours of our time tonight.
Has it been 3 yet? We need to stretch it.
All right, number 13, a request to open public hearing and consideration regarding the proposed zoning text amendments relating to Planning Commission structure, appointments and procedures, and the build to rent, or BTR as it's known, provisions.
All right, can you advise the board as to whether all the prerequisites have been met?
Yes, sir.
Matter presented to Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
What was the recommendation of Planning Commission?
They recommended approval contingent upon some added language on conflict of interest.
Do you do that, or do you not want to do that?
I'm not against it, Mark. I just didn't want to keep changing the language unless the board.
Well, is the ordinance that you're presenting to the board, does it include that recommendation, or does it not?
The red lines do not include that
Okay.
recommendation,
All right.
but it's certainly easy.
And did you prepare a staff report with regard to all the changes and everything?
Yes, sir, I did.
Asking that be appended to the minute?
I am.
Is there anyone here who desires to make any public comment with regard to the proposed zoning, the changes to the zoning ordinance which pertain to 2 things? One, the makeup of the Planning Commission, and with regard to build-to-rent subdivisions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's the extent of those changes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
So anyone here desires to make public comment on that? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, I ask public hearing be closed.
Public hearing is closed. Does the board require further explanation? Is there a motion to
Adopt an ordinance.
adopt the
approving those
ordinance? Motion by Ms. Sharon Womack. Who said the second? Second, Mr. David Ferris. Comment or question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you, board. Thank you, Joey.
thank y'all.
Two.
Good evening. May I take these together?
Please, please do.
Consideration to approve professional services agreement for the purposes of promoting tourism in accordance with House Bill 1521 and other law firm-related purposes. Authorize the mayor to execute the same and approve payment of all show-related expenditures. Warren Ziders, Brandon Amphitheater, April 3rd. Consideration to rescind the item adopted at the meeting on 3/3, I think that's 2/3/2, regarding the security service agreement with Justice due to the incorrect amount, and then to adopt a new security service agreement with Justice with correct amount. Request permission for Rebecca Peavy to attend the Community Development Block Grant Implementation Workshop hosted by the MDA on March 25th at the Pearl Community Center. Consideration to approve the travel for Nikki Job and Dee Dee Walker to attend the Hub Jackson 2026 Compliance and Benefits Summit in Madison on April 15th. Consideration to approve Candace Hunley, Nikki Job, and Dee Dee Walker to attend a workers' comp liability training session held at the Brandon Amphitheater and sponsored by the Mississippi Service Company on April 23rd. I would like to add that all three of these are complimentary. Number 6, consideration to approve the docket of claims for March 16th, the Fox Everett claims released on March 6th, the electronic fund transfers for February, and then the last one, the monthly report of privilege license.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve those 7 items? Motion by Mr. Lou Coker. Second, Ms. Jig.
Clarification, the agreement is a sell-off agreement, correct? Ziders is a sell-off agreement. Okay, I'm going to say that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. All right, we got a motion by Mr. Lou Coker, second by Ms. Jerry Crane. Any further questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you. All right, Charles. So you've been fighting in City Hall, huh?
Good morning. Well, actually, we haven't been here all night yet. Okay.
I'm talking about Saturday night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had a good fight Saturday night.
That was the first City Hall. We had a boxing ring and knocked it out of the park.
We had 19 matches, about 450 people in attendance. We had a great night. Everything went good.
Good deal.
I'd like to take all 4 of these
Please.
at the same time.
Please.
If there's any questions on number 4, I'll be glad to answer those. Number 1, request permission to advertise for Jubilee Days events with local providers not to exceed $25,000, which will be paid out of the 2% fund. Number 2, consideration to approve an agreement with Mississippi Race Timing for the Jubilee Juke 5K Trail Run on May 2nd, 2026. Sir?
Not an amount on number 2.
I believe it was $850 was the invoice that I had.
There you go. He says 840.
840.
Not to exceed 850. Okay.
Number 3, consideration to adopt a professional services agreement with Cole Entertainment Services to extend term and conditions of the stagehand agreement. Number 4, consideration to approve adding a security deposit to the rental fee agreement with all government agencies to cover any damages that may occur during an event.
Thank you, Charles. 2 comments, board, for there's a motion on number 1. We get about, I want to say is it $40,000 from, what were the three numbers you looked up, Becca, for, that we got from the amusement rides? We get funding from that every year, so I say that we take that and put it right back into advertising, just let it cycle, so that's where that money's coming from. And we looked up the last 3 years. On number 4, we've had some problems with taping on the walls, damage to stuff, and governmental rentals don't pay a deposit, which there's no way we can keep that money to make repairs, so I'm recommending that we take a deposit and give the money back to them if they do everything we ask them to do, take care of our building. It shouldn't matter whether they're governmental or not. So that's my 2 comments. All right, so
It's going to be about 33% of the rental fee. So if it's the rental fee for government for the Civic Center is $1,250. It's $1,250. So 33% would be $500 deposit.
So you're asking for a $500 deposit?
Yes, sir.
thank you. Further questions? All right, board, motion to approve those 4 items from events.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sharon Womack, second by Ms. Jerry Crane. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you, board.
Good evening, Board and Mayor. It's way past my bedtime.
Good evening. You only got 11 items. What's going on?
First 2 are the biggies, right? I'll take the first 2 separately, and then 3 through 11 together. Okay. 1, consideration to approve the attached order allowing changes to Appendix C, Section 82-55, utility rates generally, of the City of Brandon Code of Ordinances, and allow the mayor and city clerk to execute the same.
Just go ahead.
2.
Back to them if we do something.
2, consideration to amend Chapter 82, Article 2, Section 82-55 of the Code of the City of Brandon Code of Ordinances.
Okay, I've got questions.
Yes.
I thought we were going to take those 2 separately.
That's what I'd request.
Okay, then we'll take them separately. Mr. Baker.
Okay. 1.
Okay, and when we did our work session, Alex, you presented these numbers to us based on the different percentages. Have we run those numbers to look and see what is that total amount, such as, Jeremy asked me questions about deficits and reserve. Have we run those numbers? I don't know if Tracy may have done.
Yeah, we do have those. As it pertains to, say, 5%, I have that specific, what that additional amount would be. But I do have all the other ones. Okay. With a 5% increase, if we projectively bill the same amount, it would be an increase of $401,000 approximately, $401,284.97 So at 5%, we would increase our revenue about $400,000 for water and sewer. I do. Not with me. For 2%, 3%, 4%, I don't. They're on my desk. Let me not lie to you.
I think I'm having just a little difficult. I see where you're saying that we're running a deficit of approximately $390,000, $391,000, and the 5% essentially would cover that deficit by about $10,000 or $20,000. So you're not trying to cover it by much. I see you're trying to take in enough to what you spend. The gap that I'm having, I think, is that even with that deficit last year, there was still $811,000 over in the account, which is just
if you take in all revenue from water, sewer, operational maintenance fund, the enterprise fund, that's to include West Rankin and fees and miscellaneous items that were, yes.
So there was a surplus, but water and sewer cannot stand alone. It's, if we didn't have the other additional fees and the surplus in West Rankin, it's not going to stand alone. We can't rely on those. Those fees everybody could pay their bill on time, Jeremy, and then we'd have none of that. The West Rankin utility fees, they're being used. Any surplus is driven by what we're billed by them. We project that as best we can, but we've been using that for sewer point repairs. And it goes quick.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back to some of the good things that we have done with some of that money. I know the mayor's idea was to plug some holes and pipes and what have you, and maybe that, if I'm thinking right, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that in essence, once we stop sending so much money to the plant, our percentage of the payment to the plant goes down.
Absolutely. As we plug those holes with water infiltration, we're no longer being billed that amount.
Right. So our percentage that we are using the plant should go down, which should decrease our the amount of that we are charged at the plant, right?
Correct.
And then some bonds were paid off at the plant as well, which should reduce. That's not true.
No.
Okay, I got my information wrong on that one. The bonds, no bonds have been paid off on the plant.
No. You're mixing West Rankin business and city business. We're only one of 7 entities that pay into that. So West Rankin Utility Authority has its own bonds separate from us. They do their. So this is a confusing topic. Really, if you look at it, kind of like a pyramid. It's not a pyramid scheme, but there's really one big account, WSOM, water, sewer, and maintenance. It's all, so you got categories underneath that big amount. So if you're running out of money over here on water, then you're coming over here from sewer and trying to fill holes. If you're running out of money over here on water and sewer, then you're coming over here, and if you got anything in excess, you're trying to bring it over here to keep afloat, keep all those funds afloat. So you've got the water, you've got water administration, which is most of your payroll in the office here. You've got employees, and yes, the deficit that you're running sometimes is because we're not buying equipment. So when I see that we're beginning to run out of money, I say, no, we're not buying another skid steer. No, we're not buying a leaf. No, we're not buying a street sweeper. We have to get that different account anyway on streets, but you try to segregate that and you try to live it. So we over budget. Really, we put a pipe dream in of what we need, and the money goes as far as it can go. And at some point in time, somebody, and I'm the somebody, has to say, no, we're not doing that. We don't have the money to spend that. So that puts us in a deficit. The budget's what puts us in a deficit where we want to be. So we don't have the money to spend on things, so we stop. That's kind of it. So we're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, in a sense. So water in its own entity, its own fund, it's what's running out of money. It's not holding up its leg of the, if you want to call it a 3-legged stool, it's really not. But that's kind of a way to look at it. One leg of a 3-legged stool. Tracy, you want to say anything here?
Sorry. I did want to mention that our collection rate for the water, sewer, we're looking at 97, 98% collection rate. So, there's not an issue with collecting people's, their water bill or utility bill. But, if that were to ever decrease, of course, we're breaking even right now, but that could change. With different, it's contingent on people paying their utility bills.
Complicated, I know. Yeah, the West Rankin, though, they have a list of, I've tried to get a debt reduction schedule out of us, because it's us. I haven't been able to get it yet, but I'll get it one day. They'll explain what I'm looking for. I'm looking for is state revolving loan programs will pay it off, then what we pay to them, because if you would imagine these metering stations, we have 3 in Brandon that are maintained and owned by West Rankin. it's theirs once we get it to that metering station. So all the 400 miles of sewer lines we have in the ground that are getting it to that point, when it gets there, it's theirs or ours. So it's transportation dollars to get it from here to the plant. Any leaks in that is taken care of. It's constant stuff. We got problems on top of problems. So then you got the plant itself. Then you got the debt service. Then you got general O&M, operation and maintenance of the plant. So all of those things factor into that West Rankin number, which none of this is West Rankin number. And you're right. So you picked up on that, and I appreciate that. And the board has heard me years ago. The first video I had was one out from under Crossgates Lake, and there was about a 5 gallon a minute leak going into that, and we began to attack it at that point in time. When we first started, we were at 25% of the capacity flowing into West Rankin. Now we're down to 19 something. Well, we're using some of those excess monies to make those point repairs. And we're making applications.
And it's that payment is based on percentage from the previous year.
That's right.
So
thank you.
If it goes up, then our payment goes up.
And it's also
as a percentage of those bond payments.
That's a very good point. And it's not a month-to-month calculation. It is factored in. We calculate it in August, and I take that money, and it's a monthly payment that we give, that we make out. So it's standard through the year. It doesn't go up and down.
I'm good with it. I mean, I don't know.
I make a motion to approve it.
Second.
That's 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes.
One and 2?
So,
Yeah, I'll separate 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 2, let's separate 2.
All right.
All right, Lou, you're making a motion
Okay,
on
that's
number
fine.
1?
So just,
motion on number 1.
I second that.
all right, we got a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Lou Coker, second by Mr. Chris Vincent on number 1 only. Motion and second. Is there further discussion on number 1? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign.
I'll say nay.
Oh, y'all 2 are nays? Okay. So, David, I didn't get you. Okay, so 5-2. Okay. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve number 2.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve number 2. Second by Mr. Lou Coker. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, so this one is raising the annual mandatory, it looks like it's mandatory fees from 2% to 3% every October 1st.
Yeah, that's the actual rate increase across the board. So that would go from 2% to 3%. 2% is below CPI. We're not keeping up with the cost of things at 2%. If we continue to do that, eventually it's going to catch up to us. That's something we can review every year. Again, right now we haven't done that. We're 2.5 years behind on automatic rate increases. We haven't done a rate increase since September of 23.
Yeah, I guess my point is, if we haven't been doing it, why do we need it? It's another rule that we don't necessarily need. And yeah, just to be transparent, if we need to raise rates, I'm kind of for voting for it. I think it keeps us all honest.
We have been voting for it when we did it, though.
Yeah.
So, we just haven't done it in the last few years.
Yeah, okay. So,
and there's a history of that. I mean, I have a, I'm with you, but you know, we do this. It's about every 2 years. It seems like the water department comes back up here, Public Works, and we stand in front and testify in front of y'all that we're behind again, and we ask for 4%, or we ask for, 2%, and we're still behind. So,
what was the on the work session? What was the last water well that we drilled? What was the cost of that? 1.9?
No, 2.6. That's Cornerstone. 2.6 million.
And then the one we just bid was 3.6?
3.5, yeah, right at 3.6.
And how far
3.5
apart?
now.
What was the Cornerstone well 2 years ago?
2.6.
No. How long ago?
Oh, three years ago.
So 3 years.
Yeah.
So the cost of a water well has gone up $1 million in 3 years.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying,
Projected.
Jeremy. I mean, I've seen you get behind, and you see on the news what your sister cities what's happened there. You've got to stay on top of it. I know nobody wants to raise rates, but that revenue's got to come from somewhere just staying level rates isn't going to generate an extra $1 million for a water well.
I agree with you. I think if we're going to have the ordinance in there and it's going to say that we will do it or it does happen, then with or without a vote, it's supposed to go up on that day, on October. It needs to do it, or we don't need the ordinance.
I see your point. Well, but it also says in here, the mayor and board of aldermen will review the need annually for rate increases. It goes on to say that, even though it says it's just given us, I guess that's more of a transparency thing, letting people know, because.
And I think we've done that historically, and that's why, yeah.
The law requires you to do an annual review.
Right.
Okay. And that's all we're doing and all this tonight was following the law that says do an annual review, set your rates in accordance with your cost, estimated maintenance fee, all the stuff that Tracy and Alex told you is exactly what the law requires.
Sure.
Before that rate goes up in October, they got to do it again. The law says it. You got to do it. And so they'll come back and they'll explain to you why that, if they need that increase or whatever, that will be explained to you.
Or not.
Like above the 2%, or does it matter, regardless?
Whenever there's a rate increase, the
Yeah.
law says they have to do an evaluation.
Okay.
You have to.
Okay.
It has to be done. It doesn't matter what the ordinance says. You have to go through, and you have to do your analysis at least once a year. But you have to do a cost analysis because your rates have to be commensurate with the cost.
Okay, so as the way that this is written, if October 1st comes around, we do not have to raise it 3%? Or we do?
I mean, you have not raised it in the past annually.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so we don't have to. Okay.
Now, I'd like to say part of the reason why is because we got a Corps Engineers grant, a 592 grant that paid for that water well. So we didn't have to pay for that water well. Then on top of that, we had ARPA money that put in the mains to it, all up and down Grants Ferry Parkway. So we didn't have to invest, we didn't have to borrow money to do all that. So, going back in time a little bit, we didn't have to do an SRF loan to do all that. We sat on it, and we didn't do an increase because we had good favor that we fell on us. So we took advantage of that.
Okay, so we don't have to do it. I've got.
You don't have to. I know the ordinance.
I got you.
That way, but as I said before, in my experience, there's never been an increase without an order.
Okay.
Period. Maybe the mayor will do it.
All right. Okay, you got a motion and a second on number 2. Motion by Chris Fish, second by Lou Coker. Any further discussion, comment? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign.
I'm going to say no again.
All right. Okay. Sharon, you a yes or no? Okay. All right. Thank you, board. All right.
Thank you.
Now, you're going to walk the dog 3
Yeah,
to 10,
I'm gonna run
right?
from 3 to 11 if nobody has. I'm gonna go fast. Y'all ready? Okay. 3, consideration to declare an emergency the repair of the 2021 leaf and litter truck. That's our trash truck pursuant to the Mississippi Code. 4, consideration to approve the professional service agreements with Deep South Land Improvements for row mowing and string cutting and authorize the mayor to execute the same. 5, consideration to approve a professional service agreement with the same for row bush hogging for the 2026 season and authorize the mayor to execute the same. 6, consideration to approve professional service agreements with Ambiance Landscape for mowing and string cutting the Brandon Amphitheater and along the portion of Marquette Road and authorize the mayor to execute the same. 7, consideration to approve the pay request in the amount of $59,099.48 from Griner Drilling Service for the Cornerstone Water Well project. 8, consideration to approve the attached commercial surety bond as required by NDOT for the Highway 18 Waterline Extension Project, Star Road to West Sunset Drive, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the same. 9, consideration to approve pay request 1 in the amount of $34,698.15 from Valve Pavement Solutions for the Felicity Street Sidewalk Improvements Projects, and authorize payment of the same. They started on the retaining wall today on that project. You'll have to go by and check it out. 10, consideration to approve change order 1 from the Thornton Construction Company at an increase of $11,100 in the project amount and authorize payment of the same. 11, consideration to rescind the previous approved purchase of one 2025 Ford F-250 in the amount of $47,448.10 from Gray Daniels for the Parks and Recs Department, and approve the purchase of the 2026 exact same truck in the amount of $51,695. A second quote was received from Mackite in a greater amount. The previous approved vehicle, and the reason this is on the agenda, is Gray Daniels sold the truck prior to the city completing the purchase. Cost us $3,000.
All right, go ahead.
Alex, I don't have any information in my packet. And I know it's 622 pages, and I got it Friday after 5
Right.
o'clock, but I still looked at it. I don't see anything on the value pack thing on here.
Okay, well, I've got the declaration right here. I'll get
Well,
it to you.
I know you got a
Yeah.
declaration, but I don't know how much it is. I can't, what's the?
We haven't gotten the invoice back yet. So I'm just declaring an emergency. So it just got repaired Friday.
Okay.
And they actually graciously, they gave it to us without us, it was kind of a stopgap.
Okay.
But
Is it, now on the repair, it's not just an emergency, you have to say that it, like.
oh yeah, did you see my memo? I mean, it's affecting
No, I didn't see
drainage
it.
across the city.
I see a
it's,
certification, I don't see a memo that goes with it.
it's in there. Maybe it wasn't included. I did it. It's
And
there.
then the change order,
Yeah.
you guys have got to do a better job of explaining why we're increasing the contracts. I can't understand what you're saying.
On number 11?
Which one?
On the truck?
No, I get that, the $11,000 on the change order.
I can explain that to you, Mark.
All right, come on, spit it out.
I believe there was a letter in there stating that there was some part of that project, the city had bought some of the materials previously and for the project. And so some of the materials on the project, the contractor was supplying, some of them the city was supplying. Once we got out there and got a good inventory, there was some mismatched stuff where we didn't have what we needed. So we had to have a change order to get the contractor to supply what we needed, a couple of inlet boxes.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right.
Thank you.
All right, board, 3 through 11. Motion by Mr. Harry Williams, second by Ms., who are you, Sharon Womack? I'm sorry, Sharon, babbling. All right, any questions? All in favor, by? I'm just running on, my mouth's getting tired. All right. No, I'm babbling. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief. You'll need that in a few minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief.
I have 4 items. Can I take them together, please?
Please, sir.
All right. Item number 1, consideration to transfer Hayden Gibbons from a civilian animal control officer to patrol officer trainee effective March 16, 2026, and set his rate of pay in accordance with the memo. Number 2, consideration for approval for travel for the following: Caitlin Ferguson, Hayden Gibbons, John O'Kane, and Trevor Phillips to travel to the Southern Regional Public Safety Institute to participate in their 11-week basic training academy from April 5th, 2026 to June 18th, 2026. The tuition for the class, lodging, and meals will be funded by the department's training budget. Dispatchers Jessica Andrews and Kayla Tadlock to travel to Meridian, Mississippi on March 23rd through 26, 2026 to attend the peer support class. This class will certify a boat to be part of LEAPS. Any food and fuel expenses will be covered by the department's training budget. Number 3, request permission to accept an asset transfer of a Sager laptop, serial number last 42438, from the Rankin County District Attorney John Bramlett Jr., and to add the laptop to the police department's property inventory list. And number 4, request that 2023 Lexus RX Baron, last 4 of the VIN, 6808, from the Brandon Police Department's forfeited property inventory to be transferred over to the city's general government.
Thanks, Chief. Is there a motion to approve those 4 items? Motion by Ms. Sharon Womack, second Mr. Jared Crane. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Can I take all 100 together?
Please, sir.
I only have 4. I'm just joking. All 100. Request permission for Battalion Chief Brian Baker to travel to Biloxi, Mississippi to attend the annual Fire Chief Firefighters Conference, May 2026 to June 1st, 2026, and approve all travel expenses. Item number 2 is consideration to promote the following sergeant and firefighters to lieutenants at the set rate of pay accordance to the memo. Item number 3 is request consideration to apply for the Lowe's 2026 Community Impact Grant. That's a free grant. There's no matching funds or anything. Item number 4 is request consideration to apply for the 2026 Homeland Security Grant and authorize the Mayor Butch Lee, myself, and Carolyn Palmer to execute all related documents.
Thank you, Chief. Is there a motion to approve those 4?
Second.
Motion by Mr. David Ferris, second by Ms. Sharon Womack. Any further discussion on any of those? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Mayor, I have a point for just a second.
Sure.
We need to make sure that we wish our Alderman Harry Williams happy birthday. Yay!
Happy birthday, Alderman Williams.
Happy long night birthday. His wife does have supper and a cake waiting at home for him.
Sounds like Joey losing my birthday dinner.
All right. You want to swear those guys in? You'll bring them down?
Bring my guys down.
Board, I'd like to determine, I need a retire to determine the necessity of being in executive session. Motion by Mr. Lou Coker. Second, Mr. Harry Williams. All in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. We've got 2 items to address. I want to swear in these gentlemen, 2 lieutenants.
Let me know when we're on. Okay, there was one vote taken in executive session with regard to personnel matter. Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that there is a request to add to the agenda and take action for the adoption of a resolution declaring support for local and private legislation authorizing the city and one or more contract with regard to the pending data center.